Chapter 1924. After the second palace master left, only Xiao Chen remained at the top of the Heaven Dragon. The hazy moon reflected Xiao Chen's current mood. The earlier scene had simply shocked him too much. The strength of the Heaven Dragon went without saying. However, even such a strong Heaven Dragon lost to the current Dragon Emperor, enduring inhumane torture. However, what Xiao Chen knew was that the 7 outer palaces were qualified to fight for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Dragon Emperor of any generation could only sit on the throne for 500 years. This was similar to the dynasty's emperor. One could not sit on the throne forever. Otherwise, with the Dragon Emperor's cultivation, there would be no need for a replacement for 10,000 years. This was clearly not a good thing for the empire. If they suppressed the other bloodlines for a long time, not giving them any hope, it would be hard to avoid conflicts over time. Furthermore, this was not good for the Golden Dragon bloodline. Without competition, no matter how many resources one occupied, the Golden Dragon bloodline would decline sooner or later. However, while the 7 outer palaces were qualified, in reality, the position of Dragon Emperor had never been given to a dragon race cultivator born in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The mixed blood dragons and true dragons of the Heaven Dragon Palace could not compete with the divine dragon cultivators with better resources and stronger bloodlines. Although there were many of them, they were still at the bottom. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about this for now. It was still too far away. When he saw the sealed Heaven Dragon still exuding a soul-stirring aura, Xiao Chen realized that he was not strong enough. As for the fight for the position of Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen felt that he had to return to the Kunlun realm to ask the Dragon Horse Seniors if he had the opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Chen only focused on the Supreme Dragon Fist that the Heaven Dragon chanted at the end. The completed Supreme Dragon Fist was a completely new fist technique compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen obtained before. The mental state of that person 25 years ago had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to 25 years later. The meaning of the word supreme was completely different. Compared to the former, the latter's horizons and structure were much higher. The former only cared about being invincible, while the latter wanted to be immortalized for generations to come. It involved the Tao of spacetime, and in the end it even surpassed spacetime. It was clearly unreliable to try to comprehend everything. Moreover, although he was strong as the Heaven Dragon, that was only his own understanding, not Xiao Chen's. Right now, Xiao Chen only wanted to absorb as much as he could before modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen made the Supreme Dragon Fist suitable for him and reduced its drawbacks. Xiao Chen could feel the soaring resentment when he held the secret manual. The second palace master had considered this when he agreed to let Xiao Chen meet the Heaven Dragon. He was indeed concerned about Xiao Chen and did not want to lose himself in the Supreme Dragon Fist. The morning glow dyed the horizon red. The sun leaped out of the clouds, and the sunlight shone on the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Heaven Dragon, was the first to be baptized by the morning light. However, at this moment he was immersed in yesterday's harvest and did not open his eyes. The spiritual energy waterfall below, where the Heaven Dragon statue lowered its head, gave off a multicolored glow under the morning light. At this moment, the air felt incredibly clear. Whoosh! 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 The sun had just risen when the 3 core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace, Exan, Juyin, and Li Luo, arrived at the profound dragon platform. After the 3 exchanged simple greetings, they sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Then, in this misty place with abundant spiritual energy and the Heaven Dragon statue, they meditated and cultivated bitterly. The morning was the most important part of the day. Everyone's mind, chi, and spirit were at their peak at this moment. It was clear that the 3 were very disciplined people, not wasting any good time in the morning. They had been living like this ever since they became Heaven-class core disciples. They were very disciplined. Not long after, a few silhouettes walked over. These were the ones who obtained the qualifications to become heaven-class core disciples. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyin, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, the profound dragon platform could be considered a holy land in the hearts of all the disciples. More or less, they all dreamed of cultivating here one day. Although it was not convenient for the reserved disciples to enter the main peak, they could still cultivate here. The 5 of them were quite curious and looked around respectfully. What pure air! The spiritual energy is unimaginably abundant. Yi Qianyin took a deep breath. As he stood on the mountain and looked at the morning sun in the east, he felt this from the bottom of his heart. The others stood before the spiritual energy waterfall and used their hands to receive it. Under the illumination of the morning sun, the spiritual energy waterfall gave off a multicolored glow, looking very beautiful. When they felt the coolness in their hands, the 5 revealed smiles. Yi Qianyin discovered that the spiritual fog directly turned into a handful of clear spiritual water. Yi Qianyin used his hands to cup the water and drank it. He immediately felt a cool sensation wash over his internal organs. He exclaimed excitedly, "What refreshing spiritual water! To think that the spiritual energy can turn into a waterfall. This is incredible." When Yi Qianyin looked down, the spiritual energy waterfall turned into a meandering stream, looking like a long dragon coiling around the main peak. The 5 found it hard to hide their joy. Even Zhang Yi, who had kept a tense expression, melted under such a beautiful scene, revealing a warm smile. Just at this moment, the 5 felt a gaze on them and turned their heads to look. Li Luo and the other 2, who were cultivating, opened their eyes at the same time and looked at them calmly. The 5 felt startled and quickly apologized respectfully. Senior brother Exan, senior brother Juyin, senior sister Li Luo, sorry for interrupting your cultivation. Interrupting someone's cultivation was extremely rude. In serious cases, it might even result in a huge battle. However, Li Luo and the other 2 only smiled faintly, not showing any intention of blaming them. The only female heaven-class core disciple, Li Luo, smiled and said, "It's fine. It's our first time at the profound dragon platform. It's hard to avoid some emotional fluctuations. We all had similar experiences back then." Xiao Jinyu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they thought about their earlier actions, they felt embarrassed. They were holy venerates, after all, and some of them came from large clans. Yet, they behaved like children. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Jinyu asked, "Senior sister, are the 3 of you the only heaven-class core disciples in our Heaven Dragon Palace?" Li Luo replied, "Naturally not. Even if we only choose 1 heaven-class core disciple each time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has more than 3 heaven-class core disciples. However, some have already gone to Ancestor Dragon City, and some have obtained permission to go out on experiential training. Senior brother, senior sister, why are you not going out on experiential training?" Yi Qianyin asked out of curiosity. It was rather strange for heaven-class core disciples to always cultivate on the main peak. Li Luo did not say anything. Zhu Yin smiled bitterly and said, "We want as well. However, the sect has rules. If we do not meet the requirements, we are not allowed to leave the sect. It is the same for you now. Even if you have matters to attend to, you are not allowed to go out unless you obtain the approval of the 3 palace masters." The moment Zhu Yin said that, the expressions of Zhang Yi and the other 2 changed slightly. Wasn't that equivalent to being trapped in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Compared to being a core disciple, they had even less freedom. "What requirements do we have to meet?" Zhang Yi asked, recovering his indifferent expression. Li Luo pointed to the Heaven Dragon head on 10,000 feet cliff and said, "It's very simple. Fly up and stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. After that, you can leave." What a strange requirement. The group revealed doubtful expressions as they looked up. They could not understand why there was such a strange requirement. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu's expression changed. he exclaimed. "There is someone up there." Li Luo took a look and said, "It's Xiao Qin. He came very early and probably sat there the entire night." Whoosh! The expressions of Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyin, and the others changed slightly. They felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Even the joy of becoming a reserve heaven-class core disciple and entering the profound dragon platform to cultivate faded significantly. It turned out that Xiao Qin had already ascended the profound dragon platform. Furthermore, he had climbed to the top of the heaven dragon, which even the 3 heaven-class core disciples could not reach. "It is just 10,000 feet. I am a middle stage, holy venerate. Could it be that I cannot go up?" Yi Qianyun snorted coldly, feeling unconvinced in his heart. Suddenly, his aura soared to the limit, turning into a strong wind that soared into the clouds. "Be careful!" Before Li Luo and the others could stop Yi Qianyin, they saw Yi Qianyin charge up, rising to a third of the way up. Haha! It turns out that he is only SOSO. Although Yi Qianyin felt some pressure, he discovered that it was still bearable. It was not impossible for him to go up. The instant Yi Qianyin looked up, he discovered that the clouds had scattered at some point in time, revealing the true appearance of the heaven dragon head. Xiao Qin also saw the blurry figure in the clouds clearly. However, before Yi Qianyin could think of anything, the heaven dragon statue seemed to come to life. The statue roared, and the might of the heaven dragon descended from the sky. Pusi! Yi Qianyin vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to resist at all. Then he got knocked into the air, falling towards the deep chasm. The expressions of Li Luo and the others changed slightly. It would be difficult to climb back up after falling off the cliff. Furthermore, Yi Qianyin was injured. If no elders made a move, he would be in danger. Chapter 1925. Bang! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Xiao Qin opened his eyes at the top of the heaven dragon. It sounded like someone had fallen off the cliff. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Yi Qianyun's. Xiao Qin's night of cultivation was interrupted. As he looked at the rising sun, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the top of the heaven dragon and looked around. His heart moved, encompassing everything. Boom! 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 With a thought, Xiao Qin started practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist, testing out his comprehensions from the night before. Below, Li Luo and the others gathered together. When they looked down the cliff, they could no longer see Yi Qianyun's figure. "Will he die?" Qin Yan asked with some fear as he looked at the bottomless cliff. Li Luo shook her head and said no. He is a holy venerate, after all. Although this deep abyss is somewhat strange, it will not kill a heaven-class core disciple. However, he is severely injured. It is hard to avoid being bedridden for a month or 2. The moment Li Luo said that, Zhang Yi and the others could not help feeling happy. After all, they were still heaven-class core disciples. Sooner or later, they would have to fight over them. The competition was still there. Yi Qianyun's rash actions were equivalent to ruining his qualifications to become a heaven-class core disciple. Thinking about it, it was extremely laughable. This also inspired fear in the others, not daring to give it a try. Li Luo withdrew her gaze and said gravely, "This heaven dragon's might grows stronger the stronger it is. Even if you want to give it a try, you cannot be so rash. However, I can't be so reckless. I have to leave myself some room to maneuver." Just at this moment, wind howled at the top of the heaven dragon. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the clouds moved. The group stopped talking and looked up. When they saw Xiao Qin practicing his fist technique on the top of the heaven dragon, they revealed complicated expressions. How can he do it? Xiao Jinyu showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking up at Xiao Qin made him feel sullen and depressed. Envy flashed in Juyan's eyes as he said he comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. He can already infuse his aura into the Heaven Dragon's might. This is the best way to climb to the top of the Heaven Dragon. If the three of us force our way, we have at least a 50% chance of reaching it. However, we want to comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries and soar, not endure the dragon's might. Xiao Chen's talent simply astonished the three of them. Back then, when he barged into the Heavenly Dragon Palace's main peak, the three of them were shocked. The first time Xiao Qin came to this profound dragon platform, he managed to comprehend the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries just by observing for a while. On the other hand, they had been cultivating on the profound dragon platform for more than a year. Although their cultivation had improved rapidly, they were not as strong as before. However, the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries still felt unfathomable. Under the Xiao Qin, the Qin the dragon, Qin Yang, Qin Yu out, and his looked, and Yu and dragon, his Qin his appeared, and looked, Yin, heaven. I still can't do it. Xiao Qin shook his head. He felt that after the dragon, his practice of the Supreme Dragon Fist seemed to have gone awry. If he continued, he might end up entering berserking chi deviation. Indeed, the Supreme Dragon Fist cannot be easily modified. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin soared into the air and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. In an instant, he landed in Cold Moon Cave and started cultivating in a meditation room. Since Xiao Qin wanted to comprehend the Supreme Dragon Fist, his cultivation could not fall behind. Time passed peacefully. During the day, Xiao Qin cultivated in his residence, stabilizing and raising his cultivation. At night, he meditated at the top of the Heaven Dragon. When the morning sun rose, he would practice what he comprehended at night. Clouds gathered and scattered. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. I did it. On the top of the Heaven Dragon, Xiao Qin revealed a smile. After 30 days, he finally succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Fist. He had replaced the resentment in the fist with killing chi. Although it was also a negative emotion, as long as he vented his killing chi and controlled it well, there would not be any negative effects. As for resentment, it would accumulate over time. Sooner or later, it would distort one's mind. Replacing it with killing chi was more suitable for Xiao Qin than the Heaven Dragon. Actually, Xiao Qin did not have that much resentment. Forcibly using resentment to bring out the might of the fist technique would be putting the cart before the horse. After 1 month of consuming a large number of primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Qin's cultivation steadily increased, reaching peak late-stage primeval heavenly pills. However, Xiao Qin was still some distance from the bottleneck. He would not be able to break through to Holy Venerate within a short time. However, Xiao Qin did not want to break through to Holy Venerate for now. Holy Venerate was a whole new realm. Xiao Qin, who had suffered at the hands of Holy Venerate wills many times, was exceptionally cautious about this realm. Xiao Qin, junior brother. Just as Xiao Qin was about to leave, Xiao Qin heard someone calling him from below. With a thought, he descended. It was Li Luo, looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Qin, on successfully modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. The people below had been observing for the past month. Naturally, they knew what Xiao Qin had been doing. Many thanks. Li Luo hesitated for a while before asking, Junior brother, can you tell us about your comprehensions of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries? Sure. Xiao Qin's simple and straightforward answer startled Li Luo and the others. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin agreed to it, so readily. They had been conflicted for a long time over whether to ask Xiao Qin or what to do if he rejected them. It was not that there were no elders who could tell them about the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. However, the elders' cultivations were much higher than theirs. There were many things that were hard to understand and hard to understand. If it were someone of the same generation explaining it to them, it would be easier for them to understand. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao Qin. The others quickly expressed their thanks and invited Xiao Qin to a stone pillar on the profound dragon platform. Then, the others spread out and formed a circle. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He answered honestly, "I can only speak of my own understanding. Everyone's situation is different. I cannot guarantee that it will be of any help to everyone. Junior brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. If you are willing to share it, we will definitely gain something. It is just a matter of how much." The Heaven Class core disciple, Ju Yin, smiled and gestured for Xiao Qin to begin. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin said, "In my understanding, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries are not about merging with the heavens, regarding the heavens as venerate, and regarding the heavens as master. It is still regarding the dragon as master and venerate. Simply put, it is regarding ourselves as venerate. One must have a boldness greater than the heavens. No matter how vast the heavens are, one's heart must be even larger. The vastness of one's heart is greater than the heavens and greater than the earth. To comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, one first has to have great boldness. Then one has to comprehend the state within the Heaven Dragon." Li Luo asked, "What is the state within the Heaven Dragon?" Xiao Qin explained, "In my understanding, the state within the Heaven Dragon is an ethereal quality. It might be different from the tyranny, kingship, or heavenly might that everyone imagines." This, Li Luo and the others frowned slightly, confusion appearing on their faces. When they looked up at the Heaven Dragon, head hidden in the clouds, the first feeling they got was a heavenly might that shook their souls. Next was an unparalleled tyranny and an arrogance that reigned supreme. Why did Xiao Qin only see the word ethereal? He simply could not understand. "Xiao Qin, you aren't lying to us, right?" Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen with some suspicion. "I've asked many elders, but no one has ever said that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries contain an ethereal state. Could it be that you have a deeper understanding than those elders?" "Perhaps." Xiao Chen answered honestly, not denying it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the Heaven Dragon was boundlessly ethereal, proud but unruly. No matter how tyrannical it appeared, it always had an unrestrained carefreeness within. Even the sky could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's wings, and the earth could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's footsteps. The vastness of one's heart was unfettered by the world. How arrogant! When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Qin being so immodest, he turned his head and left, showing no intention of continuing to listen. Xiao Qin did not mind, ignoring Xiao Jinyu. "If you want to leave, it's up to you. I'm not asking you to listen." Xiao Chen continued to explain his views. In the end, the more he spoke, the more contradictions there were. Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others left. Even the 3 Heaven Class core disciples frowned heavily. Earlier, the senior brothers and junior brothers who comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were completely at odds with Xiao Chen's. Soon, only Li Luo remained in the entire profound dragon platform. The others could no longer bear to listen. They could not be bothered to rebut Xiao Qin, not wanting to get into a conflict with him. They snorted coldly in their hearts and left. Soon, even Li Luo could no longer bear to listen. The more Xiao Qin spoke, the more he deviated. She felt like she would break down soon. If she continued listening, her understanding of the Heaven Dragon might waver. "Sorry, junior brother Xiao Qin. I have to leave as well," Li Luo said somewhat awkwardly as she stood up. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with some guilt. "It's fine." Everyone left. However, no one discovered that Xiao Chen's aura was increasingly compatible with the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head, nearly becoming one with it. Chapter 1926. No one can understand. As Xiao Qin looked at the empty, profound dragon platform, he appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he was willing to share his insights with others. No matter what, he would feel something was not right in such a situation. Even the sect elders could not make out the inner state of the heaven dragon. Why was that? Xiao Jinyu might be lying, purposely opposing Xiao Qin. However, Li Luo did not seem like that kind of person. Xiao Chen's point of view and intuition conflicted intensely with their feelings. Otherwise, Li Luo would not have left. There had to be a reason behind this. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the heaven dragon statue that the heaven dragon had hidden in the clouds. The indistinct heavenly might and dragon might merged, appearing tyrannical and arrogant. No one dared to look at it directly. However, Xiao Qin found it amiable. Aside from that, there was also an ethereal, free and carefree air that was exceptionally clear. Strange, this piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. The blue dragon bloodline. That's right. It must be because my bloodline is special, much stronger than mixed blood dragons, true dragons, and even other divine dragon bloodlines. That's why I can make out the inner state of this heaven dragon statue with one glance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those elders not to see it. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that this was the only possibility. It was very likely. Aside from that, it might have something to do with Xiao Chen's experiences. Xiao Chen did not have the experience of being a mixed blood dragon. It was like looking at this heaven dragon statue from a bystander's point of view. It was hard to avoid seeing some other mysteries. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a treasure light suddenly flared behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the heaven dragon statue, where the clouds lingered. The heaven dragon's mouth gave off a 7-colored treasure light. After a while, the thing in the dragon's mouth flowed down the waterfall. It was resplendent and indistinct. What is it? Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived before the waterfall. Then he reached into the water and took it out. The light scattered, revealing a fruit giving off a mellow fragrance. At first glance, the fruit looked like a small dragon crouching there. Strange. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin put the fruit away and left. At the same time, below the profound dragon platform, Xiao Jinyu and the others gathered together, expressing their views on the heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen's understanding is complete nonsense. It doesn't make sense at all. To think that he thinks that he can see more clearly than the elders. How arrogant and ignorant! Xiao Jinyu said in an intense tone, feeling upset. When Xiao Jinyu thought of Xiao Chen's nonchalant reply, perhaps, Xiao Jinyu felt depressed. Did he really think that he was invincible just because he stood at the peak of the heaven dragon? He was just lucky and went up ahead of time. From the bottom of his heart, Xiao Jinyu refused to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Qin. He did not believe that he could not compare to a mixed blood dragon. Qin Yan frowned and said, although he indeed comprehended the heaven dragon's profound meaning, I feel that it's completely brushing us off. He did not tell us the true profoundness within. Senior brother Zhang Yi, you are very knowledgeable. What do you think? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, it's hard to say. It is too inconceivable, completely at odds with what I comprehended. If I continue listening, I'm afraid that something might go wrong when I cultivate in the future. Zhu Yin and the Xian maintained their poise, but did not say anything. However, based on the two's expressions, they clearly agreed with what Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi said. Otherwise, they would have retorted. Senior's sister Li Luo came down as well. Fang Tianyi said when he saw a graceful figure walking over from above. Indeed, even Senior's sister Li Luo can't stand it anymore. Like I said, he is just brushing us off, Xiao Jinyu said with emphasis, sounding even more certain. Li Luo frowned slightly. When she noticed that the expressions of the others were off, she said sullenly, Junior brother Xiao Qin already said at the start that this is his own personal comprehension. He cannot guarantee whether he can gain anything. Don't speak ill of him behind his back. Haha, I am not saying that he is not good. He is just trying to mislead us, not wanting us to catch up to him. Xiao Jinyu smiled coldly. His opinion of Xiao Qin was rather heavy. Just at this moment, the profound dragon platform suddenly gave off a bright light. The group looked up and saw a clump of 7-colored light flowing down the waterfall from the mouth of the heaven dragon statue. Qin Yen immediately felt shocked. He asked doubtfully, "What is that?" "A heaven dragon fruit." Zhu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. He exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "It is definitely a heaven dragon fruit. It is exactly as described in the sect's ancient records. A mutated fruit with a dragon's mouth giving off 7-colored light and flowing down the waterfall." Li Luo's expression also changed slightly. She muttered, "Junior brother Xiao Chen did not lie to us. His understanding might really be correct. Senior brother Zhang, what is a heaven dragon fruit?" Qin Yan asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. The veteran core disciple, Zhang Yi, replied softly, "When comprehending the Tao in the profound dragon platform, if one can obtain the recognition of the heaven dragon statue, there is a certain chance that it will spit out a mutated fruit. That is the heaven dragon fruit. This heaven dragon fruit can not only increase one's cultivation, cleanse the physical body, and refine soul energy, but it can also strengthen the mysteries of the heaven dragon. I have only heard of some legends. Unexpectedly, there really is a mutated item like the heaven dragon fruit." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Yan and Exan did not say anything. They directly rushed towards the profound dragon platform, not caring about anything else. They just wanted to ask Xiao Qin for a leaf. If they could obtain a leaf from the mutated fruit, it would be a stroke of good fortune. The two had already rushed over very quickly. However, they could only fly quickly. They could no longer catch up to Xiao Qin. Even if they could catch up, they would be too embarrassed to do so. Soon, Xiao Jinyu and the others rushed over. When they did not see Xiao Qin, they all felt regret. When the Heaven Dragon Palace was first established, the Heaven Dragon fruit often appeared. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Dragon fruit has only appeared 3 times in total. Every time, the person who obtained the Heaven Dragon fruit became an outstanding talent that could shake up the entire Great Thousand Realms, Li Luo muttered to herself. Then she added indifferently, "Like I said, even if I cannot understand junior brother Xiao Chen's words, I cannot slander him behind his back." Even the spiritual symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace acknowledged his Tao. Clearly he is not wrong. Xiao Jinyu showed an embarrassed expression. He knew that Li Luo was referring to him. This slap to the face felt somewhat painful. Even though Xiao Qin was no longer here, he still felt a searing pain. The mutated fruit should have 3 leaves. After junior brother Xiao Chen consumed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his need for leaves is negligible. He might be able to get one. Zhu Yin and Exian's thoughts were more practical. They muttered to themselves. After thinking for a while, the temptation of the Heaven Dragon fruit's leaves overcame the awkwardness. They decided to thicken their skin and ask for one. In the clouds above Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Qin, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, sensed that someone was visiting his residence. When he appeared in the clouds and looked over, he revealed a surprised expression. The visitors were actually Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and Morong Yan. Xiao Qin quickly landed and rushed to the front to welcome them. "Brother Xiao Qin, it has been a long time." Morong Yan's loud voice had just landed when Xiao Qin heard it from far away. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he met the group halfway up the mountain. Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and said, "You came really quickly. Brother Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly horrifying. You can even sense our auras from so far away." "That was not the case." Xiao Qin replied softly, "It's just a coincidence. Everyone come with me. Let's go to the residence and have a seat first." After entering the residence, Morong Yan looked at Xiao Qin, who personally brewed tea and poured water. His lips twitched as he said, "I say, Xiao Qin, your residence is really empty and desolate. Why didn't you find some servants or maids?" Xiao Chen could hire servants to manage his residence. However, Xiao Chen preferred peace and quiet, so he did not apply for one from the sect. After exchanging conventional greetings, Wei Hongfei said, "Xiao Chen, you still exceeded my expectations. Although I felt that it would not be difficult for you to become a heaven-class core disciple, I really did not expect you to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I was just lucky." At the mention of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Morong Yen also became interested. Come. Let's spar. I heard that this fist technique is rather ferocious. Coincidentally, I recently practiced a fist technique of our Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. Naturally, Xiao Chan would not fight with Morong Yen for no reason. Ignoring Morong Yen, he looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Why are the three of you here?" Situ Changfeng looked at Wei Hongfei and said, "Brother Wei, please speak." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "There is still half a year before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I want to use this half a year to make a trip to desolate God Valley, so I went to look for Morong Yen and Situ Changfeng, and then you." Xiao Qin had heard of desolate God Valley before. It was a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. It was incredibly dangerous, but also filled with fortuitous encounters. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I'm fine with it. I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time already. Coincidentally, I want to move around." Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "I just knew that Brother Xiao would agree. We cannot remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace for long. 3 days from now, we will meet in Heaven Dragon City. We will discuss this in detail so that you can make your preparations." Wait a moment. Xiao Chun thought of something and took out the mutated fruit he obtained at the Profound Dragon platform. Then he handed it to Situ Changfeng and asked, "Brother Situ, what is this?" "This." When Situ Changfeng saw it, he felt slightly stunned. Then he exclaimed in shock, "Where did you get this?" Xiao Chen honestly explained what he experienced. Situ Changfeng exchanged looks with Wei Hongfei. Then he said with a grave expression, "Quickly put it away. This is a Heaven Dragon fruit. The Heaven Dragon statue on your main peak has an extremely ancient origin. For the sake of this Heaven Dragon fruit, it even incited some fights between the outer palaces. It is best to consume it early to prevent more problems from cropping up." They have such great origins. Xiao Chen was rather shocked. To think that 2 people with divine dragon bloodlines revealed such grave expressions. It looked like the value of this item surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Wei Hongfei said, "It is not just this fruit. These 3 Heaven Dragon leaves are worth cities as well, and are extremely rare. You should keep them well. In the future, you can use them to exchange for the resources you need." Xiao Chen asked, "Can the effects stack with the fruit?" "That is not possible after consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit. Consuming the Heaven Dragon leaves will have almost no effect." When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. He said straightforwardly, "In that case, I'll give these 3 Heaven Dragon leaves to the few of you. I already have the Heaven Dragon fruit." He. It would be impolite of me to refuse. While Wei Hongfei and Situ Changfeng were still being polite, Morong Yen casually put away the fruits. Morong Yen casually put it away. The 2 thanked him and solemnly put it away as well. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. He looked outside and said, "Someone else is here." Chapter 1927. Someone else came. Upon hearing that, Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, it looks like you are rather popular in the Heaven Dragon Palace." Rather popular. Xiao Qin did not say much. However, he thought about the somewhat disappointed scene at the Profound Dragon platform earlier. He did not know who had come. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out his identity token and formed a hand seal with both hands. The layers of formations outside the residence opened. Soon, Zhu Yin and Xian rushed over to where Xiao Chen was. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the two, feeling it strange. Zhu Yun hesitated for a while before asking probingly, "Junior brother, did you obtain a heaven dragon fruit?" "That's right. When I spoke to the various junior brothers, I seem to have obtained the acknowledgement of the heaven dragon statue. A fruit fell from it. It is indeed a heaven dragon fruit." Xiao Chen answered honestly, not deliberately hiding anything. "Indeed, it is a heaven dragon fruit." Zhu Yin and Exian rejoiced. Exian said, "Junior brother, there should be 3 more heaven dragon leaves for the heaven dragon fruit. After consuming the heaven dragon fruit, consuming the heaven dragon leaf will not have much effect. The 2 of us would like to request a heaven dragon leaf from junior brother. We can use other resources to exchange for it. Junior brothers, you are too polite. If not for me speaking to everyone, the heaven dragon fruit would not have appeared. We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to talk about exchanging." Before Xiao Chen finished, Zhu Yin and Exian rejoiced. Junior brother is really straightforward. In that case, it would be impolite for the 2 of us to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so generous, not requiring them to use resources to exchange for the heaven dragon fruit. Xiao Chen immediately felt helpless, not knowing what to say. He had not finished speaking yet. When Situ Changfeng saw the situation, he said softly, "The 2 of you are too late. Brothers Xiao Chen already gave the heaven dragon leaf to the 3 of us. I'm afraid that we cannot return it." "What?" Zhu Yin and Exian were greatly startled. Only now did they notice that the 3 people beside Xiao Chen all had extraordinary airs and were very strong. He asked softly, "May I ask who you are?" "The Red Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple Morong Yen. Blue Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple Situ Changfeng. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple Wei Hongfei." Zhu Yin and Exian immediately felt immense pressure. These 3 were actually Heaven Class Core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines. Although they were all Heaven Class Core disciples, everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the Heaven Class Core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the Heaven Class Core disciples of the other outer palaces. Not only in terms of strength and status, but there was also a clear gap between them. Furthermore, Zhu Yin and Exian were among the weaker Heaven Class Core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The stronger Heaven Class Core disciples had already passed the test and were out-tempering themselves. Zhu Yin looked a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I won't bother you any more." After the 2 left Xiao Chen's residence, they still found it hard to calm down. To think that 3 disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were Xiao Chen's honored guests. Based on the 3's expressions, they did not show any signs of superiority when facing Xiao Chen. In fact, Zhu Yun and Exian even vaguely felt that the 3 seemed to be here to seek help from Xiao Chen. It turned out that the calm, white-clad bladesman at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had already surpassed them without them realizing it. Be it breadth of vision or breadth of mind, they were on completely different levels. With this thought, Zhu Yin and Exian could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. It looks like senior sister Li Luo is right. Junior brother Xiao Chen indeed has good intentions toward us. Given his current strength and breadth of mind, there is no need for him to mislead us or fear that we will surpass him. Exian let out a long sigh, speaking the truth somewhat helplessly. Even Heaven Class Core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines sought help from Xiao Chen. How could Xiao Chen treat them as opponents and harbor ill intentions? Shaking their heads, the 2 showed dispirited expressions as they left in disappointment. They were not too disappointed that they could not obtain the Heaven Dragon Leaf. What they truly felt disappointed about was discovering the invisible gap between them and Xiao Chen. Situ Changfeng's group did not remain for long in Cold Moon Cave. Wei Hongfei stood up and said, "Let's meet at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City 3 days from now. Xiao Chen, you should make your preparations as well. Right. After the three left, Shao Qin took out the heaven dragon fruit and ate it without thinking. Not to mention, the glistening heaven dragon fruit tasted pretty good. It was fragrant and sweet, refreshing and moisturizing. After a while, the effects of the heaven dragon fruit started to show. Shao Qin closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. The instant he closed his eyes, his entire body gave off a resplendent light. The bright light was formed by strands of pure dragon qi. Then the dragon qi gathered behind Shao Qin and formed a heaven dragon. With the aid of the heaven dragon fruit, the strand of heaven dragon's mysteries in Shao Qin's body strengthened continuously. Shao Qin felt that he could gradually grasp the originally vague and unfathomable heaven dragon's mysteries, which seemed to be about to completely take form. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Shao Qin's aura soared wildly. After consuming the heaven dragon fruit, the two types of veritable essence energy in Shao Qin's body continuously condensed and strengthened rapidly. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When Shao Qin completely absorbed the heaven dragon fruit, his cultivation directly soared to peak consummation, late-stage star venerate. This saved Shao Qin a lot of time, allowing him to reach the peak of the star venerate realm. Originally, Shao Qin thought that he would need some time to reach the bottleneck. Now he had reached it. For hours later, Shao Qin opened his eyes. A strand of golden dragon-shaped light flashed in his eyes. How strong! My veritable essence energy is secondary. My heaven dragon's mysteries are truly a pleasant surprise. Shao Qin's veritable essence energy would reach this level sooner or later. Furthermore, he did not lack resources, he only lacked time. However, the heaven dragon's mysteries were different. Comprehending them was relatively slow. One heaven dragon fruit directly helped Shao Qin condense a complete strand of the heaven dragon's mysteries. It was no longer like before, where he could only comprehend it, but not grasp it. With a thought, a strand of swimming light appeared in Shao Qin's palm. This was the tangible image of the heaven dragon's mysteries. Shao Qin revealed joy on his face. In the future, it would be easy for him to infuse the heaven dragon's mysteries into his aura, dragon might, or martial techniques. Shao Qin now felt even more confident of becoming a heaven dragon. For the next 3 days, Shao Qin did not make any preparations. He spent all his time digesting the many benefits of the heaven dragon fruit. Aside from his veritable essence energy, cultivation, and the heaven dragon's mysteries, he had to slowly digest the other benefits. For example, the cleansing of his physical body allowed Shao Qin's divine dragon war body to improve by another level. 3 days later, at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City, Shao Qin met up with Situ Changfeng and the other two. Now that they were no longer in the Heaven Dragon Palace, Wei Hongfei, Morongyan, and Wei Hongfei felt much less restrained. When Situ Changfeng saw Shao Qin, his eyes lit up. Shao Qin, you refined the Heaven Dragon fruit. Yes, the effects are pretty good. I refined my veritable essence energy again, and my cultivation even advanced to peak consummation, late stage, star venerate. My heaven dragon's mysteries improved further. In Shao Qin's current state, one heaven dragon fruit raised his combat prowess by at least 20%. Although Situ Changfeng and the other two also refined the heaven dragon leaves, the effects were much weaker than Shao Qin's. Furthermore, the three had not comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries. Hence, they had wasted the greatest effect. In that case, let's go to Desolate God Valley. It looks like we have a better chance there, Situ Changfeng said softly with a smile. Wei Hongfei said, let's get back to business. Shao Qin, how much do you know about Desolate God Valley? Not much. I only know that it is a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. Not only will there be divine Dragon Empire cultivators, but cultivators from the other empires will also appear there. Aside from the dangers of Desolate God Valley itself, we also have to deal with the cultivators of the other empires. Wei Hongfei said seriously, "In reality, it is even more dangerous than you think. With our strength, we can probably only search for fortuitous encounters at the periphery of desolate God Valley. Although desolate God Valley is called a valley, in reality, it is extremely vast, comparable to a county of an empire. There are also many secret realms that can materialize unknown small worlds. However, as long as we can find some fortuitous encounters, our chances in the competition between the 7 outer palaces will be much higher." Xiao Chen thought of something else and asked, "How strong do you rank among the heaven-class core disciples of your respective outer palaces?" When Murong and the other two heard that, they thought for a while before answering honestly. "Although we are not at the bottom, it will still be difficult for us to enter the top 10. Many of the veteran heaven-class core disciples hide their strength and are extremely horrifying. No one knows exactly how strong they are." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. A heaven-class core disciple with a divine dragon bloodline seemed somewhat horrifying. To think that Murong and Wei Hongfei did not even dare to say that they ranked in the top 10. Wei Hongfei said seriously, "However, the 3 of us are still very confident that we can enter the top 10 within half a year. Those people only have a little more time than us. Their talent and comprehension ability are not that much stronger. In fact, they might not even be comparable to us." Situ Changfeng said, "This time we entered desolate God Valley to search for a fortuitous encounter, one that can shorten the time and overtake them." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He had not seen any of the veteran heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, based on Zhu Yin, Li Luo, and Wei Hongfei's strength, he could tell that the heaven-class core disciples that left the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Compared to Situ Changfeng, Murong and Wei Hongfei, Xiao Chen also needed to work hard. After discussing and coming to an agreement, Wei Hongfei said, "We still need to go to the White Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace to find one person each. Let's go to the White Dragon Palace first." Chapter 1928. Each province had 100 counties. Each county was the size of a great realm. The Divine Dragon Empire had a total of 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each occupied a province. The strong mixed-blood dragon clans occupied the other provinces. The province that the White Dragon bloodline occupied was Cloudwater Province. The White Dragon Palace was in Cloudwater Province's White Mountain County, far from the Heaven Dragon Palace. A holy venerate might not be able to reach it even if he flew for a year. They could only rely on the teleportation formations between cities to teleport from one city to another to travel extremely great distances. Xiao Chen's group of 4 traveled for 7 days, traveling nonstop. Finally, they arrived at White Mountain County. Like the Heaven Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace was also in an ancient dragon city. White Cloud City. The ancient dragon city had an extremely simple and refreshing name. Like its name, most of the buildings in the city were white. However, they were not pure white. Instead, they gave off a jade-like luster. The later generations must have used divine materials to refurbish this ancient dragon throne according to the white dragon race's preferences. Although the city was completely white, it gave off a much more magnificent feeling than Heaven Dragon City. However, there were far fewer cultivators in the city than in Heaven Dragon City. The streets of Heaven Dragon City were bustling with people, flowing in an endless stream. This was understandable. There were many more cultivators with mixed blood dragon bloodlines than the cultivators of the other 6 colored divine dragons. There was no comparison at all. Normally, mixed blood dragon cultivators would not come to this White Cloud City for no reason. The mixed blood dragons in this city were probably servants and the like of the lowest rung. Xiao Qin sensed that this city was not friendly to mixed blood dragons. After thinking about it, he did not have any intention of going to the White Dragon Palace. He did not want to cause any trouble. "Xiao Qin, are you sure you are not coming with us?" Wei Hongfei asked. After all, they had come together, so he hoped to go together. Shao Chen nodded and said, "I'm not going." Morong Yen smiled and said, "Are you really not going? I heard that the White Dragon, Holy Daughter, occasionally returns to the White Dragon Palace. If you don't go and miss out, will be a pity." Situ Changfeng laughed to himself. What kind of reason is this? Shao Chen does not look like someone who covets beauty, although the White Dragon Holy Daughter was indeed peerless in her generation. Her beauty was enough to topple cities. However, he did not believe that Shao Chen would change his mind just because of the White Dragon Saintess. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, Shao Chen said, "There's no harm in going." "Ha ha ha! Shao Chen is indeed a kindred spirit." Murong Yen guffawed. However, Wei Hongfei and Situ Changfeng were startled. However, he soon calmed down. Situ Changfeng said, "The White Dragon Holy Daughter is indeed a peerless beauty. Back then, I was fortunate enough to see her from afar. She is indeed extraordinarily charming. After a few years, I wonder how much more elegant it has become." Wei Hongfei said, "He should be a late-stage Holy Venerate. He will probably have some difficulty breaking through to Sovereign Personage. The bottleneck between Holy Venerate and Sovereign Personage is still too big." The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the White Dragon Palace's main gate. Shao Chen took a look. Compared to the Heaven Dragon Palace's main gate, this gate was much more vast and majestic. The mountain range occupied by the outer palaces controlled by the 6-colored divine dragons should be even larger than the mountain range occupied by the Heaven Dragon Palace. Wei Hongfei had already informed the White Dragon Palace in advance. As a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven Class core disciple, the White Dragon Palace still showed him some face. After verifying their identities, the White Dragon Palace did not make things difficult for them. It even sent an administrator to lead the way. Everything in the White Dragon Palace was normal. Clearly, Lu Ruyue did not come. There were not many coincidences in the world. Shao Chen had come with some hope, so he was not too disappointed. After entering a residence, the servants took care of the group, and they started to wait. Shao Chen observed for a while. This residence was similar to his own. However, there were many more servants. Even if the master was not around, the guests would be well taken care of. The person we are waiting for is very strong. He became a Heaven-class core disciple 1 year ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the leader of this operation. Most importantly, he has already been to the desolate God Valley twice and is much more experienced than us. This trip is definitely not for him. Wei Hongfei softly introduced the identity and strength of the person he wanted to meet on this trip to the White Dragon Palace. "Stronger than you?" Murong Yen said with some surprise. If that was the case, Shao Chen's strength would truly inspire awe. Something like that. Wei Hongfei did not express any opinion, not objecting. Dong dong dong. Shao Chen and the others didn't have to wait for long before they heard footsteps coming from outside. However, from the sound of it, it wasn't just one person. As expected, of the 2 white dragon race martial artists of similar stature, the one on the left was particularly eye-catching. His cultivation was not high, just a peak early stage Holy Venerate. However, he had an aura that had been tempered for a long time. It was extremely terrifying. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who had gone through many trials and tribulations. His gaze was sharp and his expression was cold. "Brother Zhongli, long time no see." Wei Hongfei stood up to welcome Zhongli. At the same time, he introduced Shao Chen and the others. Every time Zhongli introduced someone, he nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. However, when it was Shao Chen's turn, Zhongli interrupted. "Brother Wei, our agreement did not mention bringing a mixed-blood dragon along." Here comes trouble. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm and collected, his expression not changing. He had already expected this. So what if he is a mixed-blood dragon? As long as he is strong enough, that is enough, Morong Yen said straightforwardly, dissatisfied with Zhong Li's attitude. Zhong Li could not be bothered to look at Morong Yen. He pointed to the person beside him and said, "This is my junior brother, Lu Yuanfei. He is a new Heaven-class core, disciple of the White Dragon Palace this year. I want to bring him to desolate God Valley." Sidu Changfeng said softly, "Actually, with our team, having one more person is not a problem at all." "Why is it not a problem?" "One more person means one more share of the benefits and one more person to take care of. If we end up being a burden, we might end up harming the entire team. My team does not tolerate trash." Zhong Li showed a cold expression, showing no intention of backing down. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt put on the spot. Unexpectedly, Wei Hongfei was so determined. However, Wei Hongfei did not back down. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen is not weak. Before he became a Heaven-class core disciple, he could already kill Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. He nearly single-handedly saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion. Now he even practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. If Brother Zhong Li insists, then we can only take the risk and enter by ourselves." Although Zhong Li was strong and had the experience of entering desolate God Valley, it was impossible for Wei Hongfei to abandon Xiao Chen. Wei Hongfei had strong confidence in Xiao Chen, so he decisively made his choice. Such a decisive decision startled Zhong Li. To think that Wei Hongfei was so determined. "Very well, I'll take a step back. Xiao Chen is indeed extraordinary to be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist has clear flaws. If he loses control of his emotions, he might end up entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Clearly, he cannot use it as a trump card. Without the Supreme Dragon Fist, how strong can he be?" Zhong Li was extremely calm, analyzing objectively. So, Sidu Changfeng felt that the other party was implying something. Zhong Li said seriously, "It's very simple. Don't use the Supreme Dragon Fist and fight with my junior brother. We need a stable companion, not a troublesome person who might lose control of his emotions at any moment. If you win, I have nothing to say." Zhong Li's words sounded reasonable. However, Situ Changfeng felt that Zhong Li had already prepared this excuse when he brought Lu Yunfei over. Zhong Li wanted to kick Xiao Chen out and send his junior brother in. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei exchanged looks. They could not decide. So they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" After all, it would be unfair to Xiao Chen if they did not use the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I have no objections." Zhong Li smiled and said, "You are rather bold. I forgot to mention that my junior brother has already converted 20% of his divine dragon bloodline. His potential is even greater than mine. This is also why I insisted on bringing him to desolate God Valley." "What?" Situ Changfeng, Morong Yen, and the others were startled. As they looked at Lu Yunfei, they found this somewhat incredulous. The great desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure trove. Normally, before one reached the faux god realm, it would be very difficult to convert all of it into one's strength. Xiao Chen managed to convert 20% of his bloodline as a holy venerate. This person had indeed hidden his strength. Situ Changfeng and the others only managed to convert less than 10%. The conversion of one's bloodline could only be done with external help, like medicinal pills or natural treasures. Some people had special physiques. For the same medicinal pill, if one could convert 1,000th, another could convert 100th. The various sects would pay attention to people with such special physiques and focus on nurturing them. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking Lu Yunfei would actually have a special physique? Chapter 1929. Lu Yunfei looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. "You will lose for sure. To think that you dare to fight me without using the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, don't worry. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I will not injure you. Wei Hongfei said anxiously, Xiao Chen, let's go. There's no need to remain in this white dragon palace. Given the strength of the four of us, if we work together, we can still barge into desolate God Valley. Go. Why go? Xiao Chen retorted coldly. Didn't you just convert 20% of your bloodline power? Being able to convert 20% of your bloodline power as a holy venerate is indeed incredible. However, so what? Whether you can bring it out and how much you can bring out is the key. If you cannot bring it out, it will be useless. Xiao Chen had to admit that being able to convert 20% of his bloodline power as a holy venerate was indeed incredible. Furthermore, he had a divine dragon bloodline. Converting 20% of his bloodline power would make him stronger than ordinary people. It would be easy for him to fight across realms. As his cultivation increased, the 20% of his bloodline power would come into play, increasing its potential. Xiao Chen had not tested himself, but he estimated that he had converted about 10% of his bloodline power. Although Xiao Chen did not have a special physique, he had consumed and refined a lot of life juice source back then, digging out the bloodline power. Even now, he was still benefiting from it. Now that his grade 8 blue dragon bloodline was formed, Xiao Chen was confident that he could match the other party's white dragon bloodline by several grades. Furthermore, it was still unknown how much the other party could bring out. Even without using the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chen was confident of defeating the other party. What bold words! Xiao Chen's words thoroughly enraged Lu Yunfei. He demanded, You mixed blood dragon, do you dare to make a bet with me? What are we betting? 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Not only that, but whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to the other party and admit their mistake. Lu Yunfei shouted in an overbearing manner. Zhong Li revealed a playful smile. He did not care. In any case, the loser would not be Lu Yunfei. If Xiao Chen did not dare to accept the bet and admitted defeat, that would be for the best. If I am the leader, I will not need a gutless person. If you don't have the guts, there's no need for you to follow me. Zhong Li glanced at Xiao Chen and said nonchalantly, My junior brother is being overbearing, and my senior brother is mocking me, squeezing me everywhere. However, these words provoked Wei Hongfei. He flung his sleeves and said coldly, It looks like there is no need for us to remain in this white dragon palace. Xiao Chen, let's go. Since they don't welcome us, there's no need for us to be entangled here. With such an attitude, there was no need to continue playing with them, even if they really formed a team. The knot in his heart was still there, and it was inevitable that a grudge would arise. Xiao Chen could not help admiring Wei Hongfei's decisiveness. If the team was not harmonious, there would be conflicts in desolate God Valley. Since there was no way to compromise, it was better to leave as soon as possible. What the hell? Pooh! Morongyan cursed and stood up indignantly. Clearly, he supported Wei Hongfei's decision. Wei Hongfei, you actually fell out with me for a mixed blood dragon? Zhong Li looked at Wei Hongfei incredulously, filled with confusion. Wei Hongfei smiled coldly and said, Your question is rather interesting. Did you fall out with me for a junior brother with a special physique? Why can't I fall out with you for a mixed blood dragon who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist and even saved my life? Little mixed blood dragon, stand still. Your duel with me has not started yet. Seeing Xiao Chen stand up and leave, Lu Yunfei, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, charging at Xiao Chen. The expressions of Morongyan and the others changed involuntarily. Since Xiao Chen already fell out with Xiao Chen, how could there be a duel? Xiao Chen, be careful! A few people shouted a warning. Without needing anyone to remind him, Xiao Chen already sensed the other party's killing intent the moment it appeared. Xiao Chen turned around and threw a palm strike. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, a Dao disc unfurled behind him and infused the force of his palm strike. Boom! Great Tao energy? Do you think you are the only one with it? Lu Yunfei snorted coldly, and a Tao disc appeared behind him as well, infusing it into his palm wind. His aura immediately soared. A strong wind blew, and Tao might swept out. The others quickly scattered. You think you can touch me at all? Child's play. Lu Yunfei revealed a disdainful smile. His aura continuously merged with the Tao might and soared. It looked like Shao Qin was about to fall into a disadvantage. With a thought, another Tao might appeared. Two kinds of Tao might? Damn it! Back down! Lu Yunfei felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen comprehended two different great Taos. So, he quickly covered himself with his holy venerate will. Enough. When Shao Chen saw that the other party was relentless, he felt slightly enraged. The two Tao might layered over each other as he unleashed his full power, going from small perfection to great perfection. Lightning and saber intent resonated. As electric light flickered, the two great perfection Tao might merged into one. Boom! The impact knocked Lu Yunfei back and made him vomit blood. Great perfection Tao might. Lu Yunfei and Zhong Li were both startled. Both kinds of Tao might have reached great perfection. When Wei Hongfei and the other two saw this scene, they revealed joy after their initial shock. Unexpectedly, both of Shao Chen's great Tao energies had reached great perfection. Morong Yen laughed loudly. Haha, you are indeed trash. You should rejoice that my brother, Shao Chen, did not gamble with you. Otherwise, you would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. Furthermore, you would have to hand over 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. You are simply bullying others. After being humiliated, Lu Yunfeng flew into a rage and directly attacked Morong Yen. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Morong Yen snorted coldly, and a berserk aura surged out of his body. Boom! 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 The entire building instantly crumbled, and the aura spread. A small portion of the vast residence was instantly destroyed. Causing trouble in my residence? Aren't you looking down on my white dragon palace a little too much? Zhong Li felt slightly angry. As a veteran heaven-class core disciple, he allowed his junior brother to be humiliated in his residence. Now, this Morong Yen even dared to destroy his residence. A murderous intent involuntarily stirred in Zhong Li's heart. There was also Wei Hongfei. To think that he did not give me any face, daring to fall out with me. In that case, Zhong Li should not leave. He should remain in the White Dragon Palace to reflect on his mistakes and figure out what he did wrong before leaving. When Wei Hongfei saw that Zhong Li's expression was off, he said sullenly, "Let's go." The four did not think about anything else. They turned around and left, only wanting to leave this troublesome place. Whoosh! 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 The four soared into the air and instantly left Wei Hongfei's residence, arriving at the White Dragon Palace. Zhong Li gave chase. He shouted angrily in the air. These people came to the White Dragon Palace to cause trouble. Stop them. As a veteran heaven-class core disciple, Zhong Li held a high position in the White Dragon Palace. After Zhong Li gave the order, the surrounding White Dragon Palace disciples were stunned for a moment. Then they surrounded Shao Chen's group. When Shao Chen saw more than 100 White Dragon Palace core disciples surround him, he could not help smiling bitterly. What is this? Although Shao Chen had a feeling that some trouble would occur, he had not expected it to be this big. Wei Hongfei clearly panicked somewhat. He said sullenly, "Let's leave before the elders arrive. We absolutely cannot get caught by them." If they got caught, the other party would be able to say whatever they wanted. However, once they got out, they would be heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces. They would not be afraid in their own territory. Ha ha ha! White Dragon Palace trash. How dare you block me, Morong Yen? You are seeking death. Morong Yen did not have a care in the world. He only felt incredibly excited. He had never caused trouble in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in his life. Murong Yen clapped his hands, and a strong wind of flames surged out, immediately knocking several core disciples into the air. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. The two Dao might layered over each other as he casually attacked. Anyone who dared to block him would be knocked into the air by the scabbard. Situ Changfeng's long sleeves fluttered. When he gently waved them, the strong wind was like he had grown an extra arm. Before the people blocking Situ Changfeng could get close, they were knocked into the air, flailing about helplessly. They could not control their bodies at all. Then they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately, agonized cries rang out endlessly. As long as the Heaven-class core disciples did not make a move, no one could block them. They swept through everything in their path. The four felt like they had returned to the abyssal underworld battlefield. Their auras flourished, and their hot-bloodedness surged. Bang! Bang! Zhong Li and Lu Yunfei cursed as they personally blocked the path. Unfortunately, the four worked together with great teamwork. The two exchanged only one move before getting beaten black and blue and getting knocked back. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing loudly. Wei Hongfei said seriously, "Zhong Li, if not for your experience in desolate God Valley, do you think I would really let you be the leader this time? Now, it looks like there is no need for that. The four of us working together is enough." The commotion was too great. More and more disciples joined the group, blocking the way. However, when the four worked together, it was as Wei Hongfei said. They swept through everything in their path, unable to stop them at all. "Keep it up. Let's see if you can make it out of the mountains." "Let's see how we get out of the mountain," Wei Hongfei said as he looked at the mountain gates. The four raised their auras to their peak. When they worked together, their dragon might spread out unparalleled. Their teamwork actually improved. The four charged forward ferociously, not lingering to fight, not giving the other party a chance to trap them. Just as the four were about to charge out of the mountain gates, a short saber less than 1 meter long descended from the sky. The willow leaves fluttered chaotically. A spot of cold light amid the leaves looked resplendent and dazzling. It fell straight down, moving as fast as a star crashing to the ground, not giving anyone any time to react. Willow leaf saber? Wei Hongfei recognized that saber technique and quickly said scatter. When the four sensed the strong saber intent contained in the short saber, their expressions changed slightly as they quickly scattered. Boom! When the short saber stabbed into the ground, it exploded. A shock wave containing saber intent radiated out. The four could not dodge in time. They grunted and went flying back. After the four landed, they had to take a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. This saber strike scattered their formation. They saw a valiant and formidable-looking, short-haired girl standing in front. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. Whoosh! Whoosh! The short saber spiraled over. The howling saber light looked dazzling and piercing under the sunlight. Xiao Chen and the others could not help but close their eyes. At the same time, their figures flickered, dodging the saber chi that shot out as the saber light spun. Bang! 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 The four executed their movement techniques. Aside from Xiao Chen, who did not get hit, the saber chi struck them all. Damn it! This girl is really heavy-handed. Murong Yen was in the worst state. His movement technique was weaker, and he suffered more than 10 moves. His body was covered in blood as he cried out in pain. Clang! The short-haired girl withdrew her saber, and the saber light returned to the scabbard at her waist. "Do the few of you really think that my white dragon palace has no one left?" the short-haired girl asked charmingly as she looked at Xiao Chen's group of four. For a moment, Xiao Chen thought that Lu Riyue had appeared before him. However, her refreshing short hair clearly distinguished her from Lu Riyue's temperament. Chapter 1930. Dong dong dong. The short-haired girl's obstruction broke the formation of the four people, and the people behind them immediately chased after them. They surrounded Xiao Chen and the other three again. Once one's aura was disrupted, it would be very difficult for it to return to its peak even if it was reassembled. Furthermore, with this obstruction, the White Dragon Palace elders would definitely rush over. The few of them glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. They had caused a huge ruckus and charged forward ferociously, but in the end, they still failed at the last step. Without any other thoughts, the few of them gave up on the idea of resisting. However, Xiao Qin did not panic. They were all heaven-class core disciples. The White Dragon Palace would not dare to do anything to them. At most, they would be confined and sent back to their respective outer halls to receive another punishment. This delay had messed up their plans. Speaking of which, the gains did not make up for the losses. It would affect the subsequent plans, and it was hard to say whether or not it would affect his performance in the competition between the 7 palaces. Murong Yen stopped the wound and squinted. Only then did he discover that the short-haired girl before him was not very old. He looked to be in his 20s, and the childishness on his face had yet to disappear. With one look, one could tell that he did not have much experience in the Jianghu, and he did not have any worldly aura. So it is a girl. Murong Yan's lips curled up. As he spoke, he could not help wailing, "It really hurts." Clang! Right after Xiao Qin spoke, a strand of saber chi with a piercing light flew over like a willow leaf. This startled Murong Yan. He could no longer care about stopping his wound. He quickly jumped away, not daring to say anything more. So. A few strong auras came from the air. The sovereign personage experts of the White Dragon Palace rushed over. As Xiao Qin and the others expected, they no longer had a chance. "Elders, just leave the matters here to me," said Yishuwen. Who knew? The short-haired woman shouted a few words to the sky, and those sovereign personage elders tactfully withdrew. However, before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Xiao Qin and the others. "Don't mess around, or it won't just be a simple confinement." After threatening him, he didn't actually go too far away. Truth be told, Xiao Qin and the others would not take action again. If there was an opportunity, they would not give it up. If they didn't have the chance, they wouldn't waste their efforts. Senior Sister Liu. It was at this moment that Lu Yunfei and Zhong Li rushed over in panic. Situ Changfeng whispered to Wei Hongfei, "Hongfei, who is this girl? How could he have a lancet saber?" That Zhong Li was actually so polite to him. "What is his background?" Wei Hongfei said uncertainly, "I heard that Lu Riwa has a younger sister who rarely shows herself. That should be her, right?" "What?" Xiao Qin was shocked. "Sister? What's going on? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Xiao Qin was indescribably shocked. However, it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Although he was shocked, Xiao Qin didn't show it. He just looked at the short-haired girl a few more times. Seeing that Xiao Qin and the others had no intention of resisting, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to the short-haired girl, "Junior Marshal Sister Liu, these people made a scene in my abode. Not only did they injure Junior Marshal Brother Liu, but they also humiliated me and destroyed half of my abode. Leave these people to me. I have already informed the people from the law enforcement hall." "To hell with your nonsense," Murong Yen cursed. "It was clearly you who looked down on our friend, wanting to chase him out of the original team and put your junior brother in. After being rejected, your dogs hit junior brother, sneak attacked my friend. Haha. The funniest thing is that not only did your sneak attack fail, but you even defeated him. I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. No wonder you can enter and leave desolate God Valley a few times. It turns out that you are already unrivaled because your skin is too thick. Haha." Even though the situation was bad, Murong Yen did not dare to show his true colors. Not only did he curse, but he even mocked the other party, not giving the other party any face. Zhong Li raged in his heart. However, as Morongyan said, his expression did not change at all. He said casually, "Junior Marshal Brother Liu, send Junior Marshal Sister Liu back first. I will handle this." "Yes. Wait a moment. I have not asked clearly yet. Am I the one in charge of this matter? Although I do not have much experience, my elder sister told me that when facing such a matter, the person involved has to avoid arousing suspicion. An outsider has to handle it." The short-haired girl's words were reasonable and well-grounded. Zhong Li did not know how to rebut. "Junior Marshal Brother Liu, did you really sneak attack someone?" The short-haired girl asked Lu Yunfei, who was beside her with wide eyes. Lu Yunfei blushed slightly in embarrassment. He found it hard to answer, so he looked at Zhong Li for help. Just as Zhong Li was about to say something, the short-haired girl said, "Don't interrupt. Let him speak for himself. In any case, the truth will be investigated. Don't ever lie. Otherwise, this young lady would not have done it on purpose." Lu Yunfei felt conflicted for a long time, hesitating over whether to admit to it or not. However, when he thought about it, if the short-haired girl before him really went to make a fuss about it, since he invited the palace master over, he had to tell the truth. He might as well admit it now. It would be more troublesome if the matter blew up. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and lowered his head. "I did." "Really?" This startled the short-haired girl. "You sneak-attacked someone and got defeated?" "Yes." Lu Yunfei had not even wiped the blood off his lips. He could not hide the wounds on his body. Even if he wanted to rebut, he could not. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and nodded again. Zhong Li sighed in his heart. It's all over. Things took a turn. Xiao Chen and the others had not expected this Lu Yunfei to admit to everything. Morongyan smiled and said, "You are really trash. You are not strong enough, and your character is not good enough. Your skin is not even as thick as your senior brother's. So what if your bloodline has been converted to 20%? You are still trash. Ha ha ha." Scolding Lu Yunfei, and Zhong Li felt incredibly delighted. However, this infuriated Lu Yunfei and Zhong Li. However, the short-haired girl did not care about this. She smiled excitedly and said, "Stop scolding. You are not a good person, either. Who is the friend you speak of?" Morongyan immediately felt like vomiting blood in his heart. "What do you mean I am not a good person either?" However, Morongyan still obediently pointed to Xiao Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, the newly advanced Heaven Class Core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." The short-haired girl looked around and roughly understood what was going on. Then she looked at Zhong Li and asked, "Junior brother Zhong, are you still going to pursue this?" Zhong Li smiled bitterly and said, "With Junior sister making the decision, how could I dare to pursue this?" What was there to pursue? Lu Yunfei was like an idiot admitting to everything. This was the White Dragon Palace, his territory. Outsiders were causing trouble here. Even if this matter was brought to the Hall Master's attention, as long as he refused to admit it, nothing would happen to him. Which outer hall didn't protect their own? Wei Hongfei glanced at Wei Hongfei and snorted coldly. Then he flung his sleeves and left. Lu Yunfei quickly followed. The crowd of core disciples surrounding Xiao Chen's group sighed and scattered. They knew that they had suffered for nothing today. "Thank you for upholding justice. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Wei Hongfei performed a cupped fist salute, wanting to take his leave to prevent more problems from arising. "There's no rush. With me around, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. My sister has always told me that I can't judge a person based on their bloodline. I can't look down on others just because their bloodline isn't high." This time, Senior Brother Zhong was indeed in the wrong. "I apologize on behalf of the White Dragon Palace. I also apologize to this friend from the Heaven Dragon Palace," the short-haired girl said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Qin. Morongyen said, "Girl, although you were ruthless in your attacks, your bearing is pretty good. However, just apologizing is useless. We are all injured. We still have to make amends." The short-haired girl did not blame Morongyen for pushing his luck. She smiled and said, "Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I would like to invite you all to my residence. I can see that you are all injured and exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy. It would be good to rest well before continuing on our journey." However, Morongyen felt embarrassed. He had only said it casually. He had not expected the other party to be so sincere, so he felt somewhat terrified. Then he looked at Sidu Changfeng and the other two and whispered, "What do you think?" Xiao Chen was still feeling conflicted. How did Lu Viwe gain a younger sister? He did not think about anything else. Wei Hongfei rolled his eyes. He really could not do anything to Morongyen. They could have just left. Yet Morongyen insisted on being a busybody. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him anymore. Situ Changfeng said helplessly, "Miss Lu, you are so kind. If we do not go, it would seem like we are being unreasonable. Let's go then." Seeing the group agree, the short-haired girl appeared very happy. After the group went far away, the hidden sovereign personage elders revealed themselves. They all shook their heads helplessly. Second Miss is so mischievous and likes to meddle in other people's business. I think Zhongli is so angry that he wants to kill someone. She has been locked up in the White Dragon Palace all this while. It is rather boring. It is rare for something out of the ordinary to happen. It would be hard for her to ignore it. Are there any problems with these people's identities? There are no problems. They are all heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces. They probably only had a conflict with Zhongli because of a small argument and not intentionally causing trouble. In that case, let's leave this matter as it is. When Second Miss has had enough fun, we will send these people away. To dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon Palace, they are truly bold. Clearly, these elders were still rather angry. Whether one was in the right or not, injuring an outsider or a White Dragon Palace disciple would upset the White Dragon Palace disciples. If not for the short-haired girl's interference, the matter would not have been resolved like this. Chapter 1931. The short-haired girl's residence was built at the side of a lake in the mountains. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a large lake in the middle of a lofty mountain range. The lake water was clear, and a hazy white mist seeped out of it. Spiritual energy assaulted the nose. There was an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, shrouded in white mist. It looked like a fairyland. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the rising and falling mountain ranges, looking like a flawless rainstorm embedded in the mountains. Spirit birds soared in the sky, and fish played in the lake water. When standing at the lakeside and looking, this picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. Unexpectedly, this small lake gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the middle of the lake, through the mist, one could see dragons and phoenixes carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a glazed luster, making the lake water ripple and look jade green. A few large mandarin ducks took off, tearing through the mist and flying past the pavilion. The picturesque scenery instantly came to life. Great place. Even if I stay here forever, I will not tire of it. If there comes a day when I no longer pursue the martial Tao, I want to find a scenery comparable to this place and retire. Situ Changfeng sighed, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery. The short-haired girl retorted, "That's impossible. I've lived here for 10-odd years already. I've had enough already. How can I stay here forever and not tire of it?" Xiao Chen said softly, "That is because your heart is not calm enough. If your heart is not calm, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will not be enough. In your eyes, it is just two simple words. mountains and water. If you have already seen all the splendor, experienced the ups and downs of honor and disgrace, what you will see, the short-haired girl interrupted, then what will you see? Shao Chen smiled and said, you will still see the mountains and the water. That is still the same. Do you see that pavilion? Every time my elder sister comes back, she stays there. The short-haired girl said softly as she pointed to the white jade pavilion in the middle of the lake. Morong Yan's eyes lit up. Can we go over and take a look? The short-haired girl shook her head and said, of course not. Without permission, how can we enter my elder sister's room? That's just wasting my time, Morong Yan said, appearing somewhat disappointed. Hee, but you can go to my cave. Besides, that pavilion is so empty. What's there to see? After the short-haired girl spoke, she called everyone over to her residence. Shao Chen was the last to enter. Before he left, he glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake and entered deep thought. After entering the cave, the short-haired girl seemed to have changed into a different person. She kept pestering them with questions. She was far from being an expert like she had been. As the group chatted, they learned that this short-haired girl was called Lu Ruyun, the daughter of the current White Dragon race's clan head. White was white. Of the white of the dragon. The White Dragon race's patriarch was the White Dragon King. He led all the White Dragon cultivators in the Divine Dragon Empire. If something happened, the white of An, the of A to the dragon. Of course, the various outer palaces were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate, even the White Dragon King. Shao Chen couldn't help but say to himself, nonsense. Doesn't that mean Lu Riyue is the White Dragon King's eldest daughter? In the Sky Dome Realm's Qingyun Peak, who died from falling into a demonic Dao and sealed herself in ice before dying. Who was that to Lu Riyue? Lu Riyue could not possibly have two fathers. Shao Chen pondered in his heart. This matter might be much more complicated than he thought. The White Dragon Palace Core disciple had mentioned it previously. Not only did Lu Riyue have a grade 7 bloodline, but she also had an innate dragon soul. The power of her dragon soul was extremely pure. Ordinary dragon race cultivators possessed a dragon bloodline. However, their soul energy was that of an ordinary person's. There was nothing special about it. An innate dragon soul contained the power of the dragon soul. It was completely different. Not only could such an existence revitalize the White Dragon clan, but he might even be able to seize the position of Dragon Emperor. Perhaps this was the reason why Shao Chen had to hide Lu Riyue's identity. Making her the daughter of the White Dragon King would be the most convincing. Who would dare to doubt the White Dragon King? Looking at it now, it was indeed very successful. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Shao Chen had never heard of anyone doubting Lu Riyue's identity. To Shao Chen, none of this mattered. The crux of the problem was whether Lu Riyue herself knew about this. If this group of people harmed Riyue for the sake of their own benefits, I absolutely will not forgive them. Shao Chen had seen people do extreme things before benefits. He could not help but overthink this. You are going to desolate God Valley? The short-haired girl asked as she looked curiously at the group. Wei Hongfei nodded and said yes. Originally, we planned to invite Zhongli along. However, only the 4 of us can go. The short-haired girl, Lu Ruyun, said, I'll accompany you. I am no weaker than Brother Zhongli. Even he did not stop you, but I did. Confidence flashed in Lu Ruyun's eyes as she spoke. It had to be said that Lu Ruyun was not weak. She could even be considered very strong. As the White Dragon King's daughter, her bloodline and aptitude would not be bad. Her cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and Dao tools would definitely be the best. On the surface, Lu Riyue appeared to be stronger than the other 4. However, in a true fight to the death, the short-haired girl would not be a match for any one of the 4. When the short-haired girl said that she would come along, Even the brainless Morong Yen did not respond. Sidu Changfeng said, "It looks like it is already late. Let's rest first." The short-haired girl appeared somewhat helpless as she said, "All right, Uncle May, bring the few of you to check in." Late at night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Qin came out of his room and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After verifying that no one was around, he pushed off with his feet and carefully avoided the many restrictions. Then he landed on the lake and turned into a cool breeze. Sticking close to the lake surface, he silently flew towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. When Xiao Chen got closer, he was shocked to discover that there was nothing at the center of the lake. The water rippled and a cool breeze blew. There was no pavilion. Is this an illusion? Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye unhurriedly and saw some clues. The illusion before him was not a simple one. If he took another step forward, he would enter an illusion formation and be trapped. If he tried to barge in, the consequences would be dire. This is not a problem for me. Xiao Chen put on the death god mask and activated one of the mask's 3 secret techniques, Void Shadow. Xiao Chen's body slowly turned illusory, existing between reality and illusion. He existed for only a second. However, this 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to pass through that troublesome illusion formation and enter the pavilion. I succeeded. Xiao Chen removed his mask and walked up the steps of the white jade pavilion. Then he pushed open the door without hesitation. This is where Ruyue lived. Xiao Chen sized up the place and did not find anything special about it. It was just where girls usually stayed. It was as Lu Ruyun said, it was empty. Clearly, she had not returned for a long time. Even if she returned, she would not have stayed for long. As Xiao Chen casually walked around the pavilion, he did not think too much of it. He just wanted to look around where Lu Ruyue once stayed. Xiao Chen stopped and discovered an unfinished painting in the study of the pavilion. Slowly unfurling the painting, Xiao Chen discovered a blurry figure. There was a silhouette, but the facial features were missing. It was unfinished, so he could not make out much. Who is this painting? After closing the painting, Xiao Chen thought curiously, could it be Lu Ruyue who drew it? Only she and Lu Ruyun lived here. Lu Ruyun was still young and did not look like she knew how to draw. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it was very likely that Lu Ruyue drew it. Xiao Chen thought for a while and rolled up the painting. Then he placed it in the universe ring. Ha ha ha! Thief! Just at this moment, a voice rang out. The short-haired girl, Lu Ruyun, suddenly appeared outside the door. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at this girl in astonishment. However, he did not feel surprised. He took out the painting and unfurled it. "Did you draw this?" Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, not showing any shock or embarrassment, the short-haired girl could not help but feel bored. It looked like the other party had guessed long ago that his residence was connected to this pavilion. She could sense every movement in the pavilion at any time. How could I possibly draw these? I borrowed them and I drew many of them. They are all like this, only the silhouette and no facial features. Hey, this silhouette is actually quite similar to you. Lu Ruyun seemed to have discovered something very interesting. After she walked over, she picked up the painting and looked at Xiao Chen. It really is quite similar. Chapter 1932. Like me? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. If it's like me, why didn't I just draw it? Wait, don't move. Lu Ruyun ran away in a fluster. However, she quickly returned with a brush and ink in her hands. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Xiao Chen and drew Xiao Chen's face, filling the blank outline with his facial features. His drawing skills were a little rusty, but he could still draw a simple picture. Not long after, the blurry outline gradually became clearer as the facial features appeared one by one. The person in the painting had delicate facial features, and he was handsome and elegant. Between his brows, there was a sense of elegance and calmness. It really looks exactly the same. Lu Ruyun said incredulously after she finished drawing. Originally, she only felt that it was somewhat similar and casually drew it. Unexpectedly, after the painting was completed, it was nearly identical to Xiao Qin. There was nothing special about it. Is it a coincidence? Lu Ruyun muttered to herself as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Let me see. The shock in Xiao Chen's heart was no less than hers. When he received the painting and looked at it, he frowned heavily. What was going on Xiao Chen could not understand at all. Was this a coincidence, or did Lu Riyue forget what he looked like? Impossible! Xiao Chen did not believe that Lu Riyue would forget about him. Furthermore, with a cultivator's memories, as long as they remembered someone, they would be able to recall that person clearly in their mind. You said earlier that your sister often paints, but she only draws the outline and never the facial features. Yes, in my memory, she started drawing when she was very young. I saw that she was trying very hard to remember something, but she still couldn't draw the facial features. At least, I think there are at least tens of thousands of them. Lu Ruyun thought for a while and answered honestly, not hiding anything. Strange, Xiao Qin closed the scroll. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of thoughts twisting into a knot in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. When Lu Riyue was involved, even the normally calm Xiao Qin could not think straight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked at Lu Ruyun. He had to start with her. There was still too little information. If he had more information, he might be able to sort things out. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ruyun lowered her head and said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from Xiao Chen's gaze. How much do you know about your sister? So you want to know about my sister? Hee hee. She practically watched me grow up. How much do you think I know about her? But let me tell you, when Lu Ruyun heard that Xiao Chen wanted to ask about Lu Riyue, a crafty look flashed in her eyes as she kept Xiao Chen in suspense. This little girl was actually talking about conditions with him. Xiao Chen didn't argue with her. What do you want before you tell me? Hee hee. You are indeed a smart person. You should know what I want, Lu Ruyun said as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and rejected decisively. No way. You cannot go to desolate God Valley. We cannot bear the responsibility if something happens. No one can endure the White Dragon King's rage. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she retorted angrily, Even so, you can forget about knowing about my sister's matters. You'll find out sooner or later. Xiao Chen did not say anything more to the other party. He put down the painting and turned to leave. Don't go. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Lu Ruyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she chased after Xiao Chen and said, I'll tell you, all right? Xiao Chen revealed a smile in his heart. This girl is still too kind. He stopped and said, Very well. Answer whatever I ask. You really defeated me. Ask away. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and asked a few crucial questions. Did Lu Riyue mention anything about the Sky Dome realm? Did she do anything strange? Her experiences in the past few years after obtaining Lu Riyun's answers. Xiao Chen's thoughts slowly cleared. Finally, he concluded that Lu Riyue's memories had been erased. Indeed, this was the best way for the White Dragon race to control her. It made her feel like she grew up in the White Dragon race. They did not need to do anything else to make Lu Riyue work for the White Dragon race and acknowledge their identity. Given this, it explained why Lu Riyue did not remember him. Why had she not shown any strange behavior or mentioned the Sky Dome realm for so many years? After obtaining the answer, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Memories were the imprints left in the body. They could not be completely erased and could only be sealed. As long as one found a way, one could recover them. It all depended on the strength of the person who did it. If it was the White Dragon King, then it would be somewhat problematic. No matter what, this was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Lu Riyue had not suffered any substantial harm, nor was she threatened or controlled. Xiao Chen could accept this, albeit barely. Although I know a lot about my elder sister, I keep feeling that she is hiding something from me. In the past few years, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing her. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince, there are also several outstanding talents from the 8 great empires. However, she does not fancy any of them. I keep feeling that she has someone else in her heart, but she is not telling me. As Lu Ruyun spoke, she discovered that she did not seem to understand Lu Ryua that well. It would be strange if you knew. She herself does not know, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he said, don't overthink. Just remember how good she is to you. That is natural. Hey, that's not right. Why are you so concerned about my elder sister? Now, you are even speaking up for her. Lu Ruyun looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen, trying to find some clues from his expression. Naturally, she found nothing. There is no need for you to care about that. I thought about it. It is not impossible to bring you to desolate God Valley. Xiao Chen changed the topic. Really? Lu Ruyun felt incredibly excited. However, she quickly asked, are you not afraid of my father's rage? In any case, he will fall out with your father because of Lu Ruyua's matter sooner or later. I am not afraid of this. Xiao Chen said sullenly, cut the crap. Are you going or not? Of course. I have waited for this day for a long time. You too will leave tomorrow. After that, I will meet up with you outside White Cloud City. Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked as he asked, you prepared for this long ago? I prepared for several years already. This is the last chance I have. However, I do not dare to go out alone. Coincidentally, I ran into you too. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Hee hee. Actually, even if you did not agree, I would have gone out to look for you. I left a mark on all of you. Lu Ruyun's eyes gleamed, startling Xiao Chen. This girl was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. What if someone discovers that you are missing? I prepared it long ago. Before I leave, I will say that I will be in closed-door cultivation for a period. After I return, I will come out quietly. Then it will be flawless. Don't worry. I have prepared for several years already. There will not be any unexpected surprises. Xiao Chen still felt somewhat worried. He said sullenly, there's one thing I will say first. After we go out, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I will not be able to bring you out. I promise to listen to you. Is that all right? Xiao Chen said indifferently, I swear. I swear on my heart demon. Since Xiao Chen was going to bring Lu Ruyun out, he had to take care of her safety. He could not allow anything to go wrong. Although Lu Ruyun might have more treasures and trump cards than Xiao Chen did, it was better to be cautious. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. That Qinao Yin was also covered in inherited Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen still easily defeated him. All right, I swear on my heart demon that after I leave the White Dragon Palace, I will not act on my own. I will listen to you, Xiao Chen, until I return to the White Dragon Palace. Seeing Xiao Chen's serious expression, Lu Ruyun swore on her heart demon to dispel his worries. Once she went back on her word, she would suffer a rebound from her heart demon, entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and asked, why do you trust me so much? Lu Ruyun revealed a heroic air on her face. She said sullenly, it is because you are confident. It is because you are a smart person and know my trump card. If you want to harm me, please be prepared to die. I'll go and make preparations. You should leave early as well. Don't let anyone discover you. After saying that, Lu Ruyun turned and left. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This girl is not as simple as she looks. This is good as well. I can worry less. However, as for Lu Ryua's matter, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the portrait. Even though Lu Ryua's memories were wiped, she still had not completely forgotten him, doing her best to remember. Just you wait. I will definitely help you recover your memories. Xiao Chen gave the pavilion one last look before putting on the death god mask and leaving this place. Chapter 1933. The next morning, Shao Qin and the other three were sent off respectfully. Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the White Dragon Palace's group, the four laughed to themselves. They were the only ones who could wreak havoc in the White Dragon Palace and retreat unscathed. What a pity! I realized that I actually quite like this girl. Murong said embarrassedly as he turned his head to look at the White Dragon Palace. However, not only did Lu Ruyun not send them off, but she did not even see them one last time. Murong could not help feeling disappointed. Wei Hongfei mocked. I really enjoyed beating you up. If you are not used to it, I can beat you up again later. Back then, when the four of them were blocked, no one was injured. Lu Ruyun's saber light injured him the most miserably. At the mention of this awkward matter, Murong lost his temper. He snorted, I won't lower myself to your level. Situ Changfeng asked, Are you still going to the Green Dragon Palace? The Green Dragon bloodline was extremely good at healing injuries. The spring wind and rain art was their array hall's cultivation technique. It is an extremely famous cultivation technique in the entire Central Great Realm. Don't go. Just tell him the rendezvous point. Wei Hongfei said, A friend of the Green Dragon Palace has a life and death friendship with me. He would not be as despicable as Zhong Li. That's good. The group left White Cloud City and walked for more than 50 kilometers. Then a strong aura surged over, kicking up strong winds and falling leaves. A saber intent spread out. Be careful. There is a strong enemy. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He took a few steps back and shielded the group. Murong said angrily, I just knew that this group of people from the White Dragon Palace would not leave the matter at that. Unexpectedly, a burst of bell-like laughter rang out, and a person flew out from the gale. Her short hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant and formidable. This was the White Dragon King's youngest daughter, Lu Ruyun. Murong smiled in pleasant surprise. Little girl, you ran out? Humph, don't call me little girl. You're not much older than me, and you're not even as strong as me. Lu Ruyun glared at Murong ferociously. Then, her gaze fell on Shao Qin. She smiled and said, He agreed to bring me to Desolate God Valley. What? The group was greatly startled. Wei Hongfei looked at Shao Qin and said, Brother Shao, you are not the frivolous sort. Do you know the consequences of bringing her along? Shao Qin nodded and said softly, I did not discuss this with you and acted on my own. I apologize for causing you trouble. She did me a big favor last night. To return the favor, I'll take her out for a trip. This is my plan. If you find it troublesome, I will take her there myself. If you are willing, I will bear all the consequences alone. If there is an opportunity, I will give up the right to choose once. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt conflicted, not knowing what to choose. Wei Hongfei looked at Shao Qin and said, Brother Shao, I cannot take this risk. I cannot bring you along this time. Shao Qin cupped his hands and said, You're welcome. I've caused you trouble. You brat, don't always think of me as a burden. This is for you. After Lu Ruyun came up, she gave each of them an armband. There was a divine dragon painted in different colors on the armband. This is... Wei Hongfei said, finding it strange. Shao Qin received the armband and glanced at it. Then he said, This is a simplified version of the divine dragon 4 divisions formation. If we work together and execute it, we will be able to hold our own even against a peak, Holy Venerate. We might even be able to trap them to death. Lu Ruyun looked at Shao Qin and said, You know quite a lot. It's all right. Shao Qin had once inherited a strand of faux god flame in the soaring dragon great realm. Although the memories in it were fragmented, they were not complete. Although the memories in it were incomplete, it recorded many things that senior had seen. The divine dragon 4 divisions formation was one of them. After Shao Chen put on the armband. He activated it with his soul energy. The purple divine dragon on the armband turned into a dim light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The armband slowly disappeared, merging into his sleeve. The others followed Xiao Chen's method, activating the armbands one after another. Interesting. This armband is actually able to perfectly match our different attributes. Situ Changfeng discovered that after everyone activated the armband, the colors on the armband were different. This should be because the armband happened to match their attributes. Xiao Chen's was lightning, Murong Yan's was fire, Situ Changfeng's was wind, and Wei Hongfei's was light. Of course, the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation is very famous. Although this is a simplified version, it has boundless uses. Yesterday, I saw that you all worked very well together. You all have different attributes, but you do not have a formation that works together. So, I found this for you, Lu Ruyun said proudly. Lu Ruyun said proudly. Then she took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a medicinal pill. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock after he received it. Heavenly pills were the highest ranked medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms. There was a total of 9 grades of heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills that the 4 normally cultivated were of the lowest grade, having only the most basic functions for cultivation. In reality, there were many kinds of heavenly pills with different effects. Even rank 1 heavenly pills were extremely rare to them. Alchemists that could refine heavenly pills would be highly respected everywhere in the Central Great Realm. They held high statuses and were known as Grandmaster Alchemists. Grandmaster Alchemists were also divided into grades. Being able to refine primeval heavenly pills was the basic requirement for becoming a Grandmaster. Above that, one would be a rank 1 Grandmaster if they could refine rank 1 heavenly pills. Rank 2 Grandmasters if they could refine rank 2 heavenly pills, and so on. Lu Ruyun nodded and said, "That's right. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill. The Spring Sun White Dew Pill, a holy medicine for treating injuries. As long as you all still have breath left, you can be saved. To think that it is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Before my master left, he treated it like a treasure, leaving one for me. Ha ha ha. Ruyun you took out 4 at once. How incredible." Murong Yen put away the medicinal pills happily. Then he thought of something and asked worriedly, "You gave them to us? What about you?" Wei Hongfei said in disdain, "Don't worry about her. Worry about yourself. She is the White Dragon King's daughter. No matter what, it is not your turn to worry about her." Murong Yen patted his head and smiled. That's true. Everyone was already used to Murong Yan's intelligence and did not find it strange. Situ Changfeng toyed with the rank 3 heavenly pill in his hand and said softly, "It looks like we found a treasure. Hongfei, what do you think?" Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, "All right, I understand what you mean. You are welcome to join us." Lu Ruyun smiled with narrowed eyes. "Thank you." 3 days later, Duan Fei, the Heaven-class core disciple from the Green Dragon Palace, successfully met up with them. Now that everyone was present, they officially headed for desolate God Valley. "Let's go." Xiao Chen released the demon blood vulture and had it carry the group at lightning speed. A demon blood vulture. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao has such a precious demonic pet. This is truly shocking. This was Duan Fei's first time seeing the demon blood vulture, so he felt slightly startled. The demon blood vulture was one of the few mutated beasts in the world that could not be restricted by bottlenecks, able to grow infinitely. Aside from luck, one needed strength to subdue the demon blood vulture. When Duan Fei saw this demon blood vulture, he could not help looking at Xiao Qin in a different light. Xiao Qin felt depressed. Unexpectedly, he managed to gain a whole new level of respect for the silly bird. When the silly bird heard someone praise it, it probably became very happy. Just as Xiao Qin thought, The demon blood vulture screeched and scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of dim scarlet light, moving even faster. Desolate God Valley was at the intersection of several great empires. It did not belong to any empire. There was a town outside Desolate God Valley called Ancient Desolate Town. This town was not large, but its population was comparable to the large cities of the various empires. The cultivators of the various empires who wanted to adventure in Desolate God Valley would rest here first. Aside from this, all the famous merchant associations of the Central Great Realm would set up shop here. The peak factions of the Central Great Realm also extended their reach here to purchase the treasures that the cultivators brought out of Desolate God Valley. They set up branches of varying strength. This ancient desolate town is really bustling. Seeing is believing. The people walking around the town were star venerates at the very least. With a casual glance, one could see holy venerates and sovereign personages. There were even a few terrifying auras hidden in the town, inspiring fear in people and deterring them from probing. There had to be terrifying existences that surpassed sovereign personages holding down the fort in the dark. After traveling for several hundred kilometers, the demon blood vulture became obedient. It withdrew its aura and flew carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the demon blood vulture landed, it turned into a beam of red light and entered Xiao Chen's finger. Such a scene made the eyes of the others light up. They did not know what was going on. To think that he did not use a demonic pet pouch. Do you have any plans for going to Desolate God Valley? Lu Riyun asked. Duan Fei did not know Lu Riyun's identity. He smiled and replied, This is our first time going to Desolate God Valley. We know nothing about it. What plans could we have? We can only remain cautious and go as far as possible to see if we can run into any fortuitous encounters. Wei Hongfei and the others nodded. That was the plan. Or rather, there was no plan at all. Lu Riyun frowned and said, You are all so stupid. It would be strange if you could gain anything by trying your luck like that. Fortuitous encounters need to be more proactive in order to grasp them. Wei Hongfei discovered that he could not underestimate this Lu Riyun. He asked, What do you think? How should we take the initiative to capture them? Lu Riyun replied, Desolate God Valley is boundlessly vast with countless forbidden lands and incredibly dangerous. However, the empires have been exploring it for so many years. The places that need to be explored have mostly been explored. There will definitely be a lot of useful information. What useful information can there be? Before I came here, I asked around but did not find anything valuable, Wei Hongfei said with a frown. Watch me. After saying that, Lu Riyun ran off like a wisp of smoke. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Chen. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen had been following Lu Riyun in secret. When Wei Hongfei saw this scene, he relaxed slightly. Xiao Chen was indeed reliable. With him around, there was no need to worry about anything happening to Lu Riyun. Xiao Chen secretly followed Lu Riyun into ancient, desolate town. When he saw her actions, he realized that this girl had gone to look for the local tyrant. She is rather smart, Xiao Chen praised in his heart. Wei Hongfei was the one who organized this trip. Originally, he did not think too much about it. Now, it looks like Wei Hongfei had indeed not done some things well. There was a certain amount of risk in looking for the local tyrant. However, if they could obtain useful information, it would be much better than trying their luck in Desolate God Valley. Chapter 1934. Lu Riyun exuded a heroic air. She looked pretty, youthful, and lively. Furthermore, she had the aura of a divine dragon, and her cultivation was not low. When that local boss spoke with her, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. After paying a certain number of primeval heavenly pills, Lu Riyun obtained the information she wanted. Then, she revealed a smile and sent the other party away. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared beside Lu Riyun and asked softly, "Is the information you obtained valuable?" Lu Ruyun replied softly, "Naturally it is valuable. There are many brokers in this ancient, desolate town. They often know desolate God Valley like the back of their hands. If there is a fortuitous encounter, they will know immediately. These brokers are all opportunists. They cannot obtain fortuitous encounters on their own, so they can only organize teams of cultivators to go and eliminate them. Teams like ours are all Heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. We are truly in high demand. This local boss told me that there happens to be a rather famous broker looking for teams. Just wait. Someone will come looking for us soon." Xiao Chen could not help saying in admiration, "You are still young and inexperienced, but you know a lot. Your elder sister told you this, right?" "Hee, you guessed it. My elder sister has been to desolate God Valley several times. I am indeed more familiar with this place than you. How about it? I am more reliable than that Zhongli, right?" Lu Ruyun put on an expression of, "I am very smart. Quick, come and praise me." Xiao Chen glanced at her and directly ignored her. Then he turned around and went back to inform Wei Hongfei's group. "What a boring fellow." Lu Ruyun muttered a few words before following behind Xiao Chen. Soon the group gathered. After hearing the news, they all felt somewhat nervous and started discussing it. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" Xiao Chen voiced his opinion. "I lean towards Lu Ruyun's opinion. Going around randomly is too much luck. If we are unlucky, we will have wasted this opportunity. Don't forget why we are here. As for the risk, there will definitely be. However, this is not our first time adventuring. We should understand that risk and opportunity always coexist." With Xiao Chen's opinion, Wei Hongfei made the final decision. "Good. It's settled, then." Not long after entering the city, someone called out to Xiao Chen's group, "This must be Miss Lu Ruyun." An ordinary-looking young man with a shrewd look in his eyes arrived in front of the group. After sizing up Xiao Chen and the others, a plan formed in his heart. These people were pretty strong. They were the people he was looking for. Seeing the group's confused expressions, this person introduced himself. "Hee, I am Qi Yinfeng, a disciple of the ruling Sword Gate. I received news that a team of divine dragon cultivators will be going to Desolate God. I would like to come. I am." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. It was indeed as Lu Ruyun said. However, this was a little too fast. Wei, Xiao and Chen, Xiao He, Xiao A and Xiao and of Ru Xiao, Xiao and Xiao and of Or Xiao. Of Xiao of Wei He, Wei Xiao Ru I Li Xiao and Chen Xiao. I do not dare to claim my name. I am Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen's eyes were as clear as water. He figured out some of Qi Yunfeng's tricks. He truly lived up to his reputation as a broker. His connections were excellent. Lu Ruyun had already told that local boss that there was a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple in their team. In the end, this fellow still showed a shocked expression. If not for Xiao Chen knowing in advance, he might have been fooled. Xiao Chen's acting was very convincing. Soon, Qi Yinfeng and Wei Hongfei started chatting excitedly. Qi Yinfeng took the opportunity to invite them, saying, "This is not the place to speak. I have a courtyard in ancient, desolate town. Let's gather there." However, Wei Hongfei did not lower his guard. He turned his head to look at Xiao Chen, seeking his opinion. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Wei Hongfei said, "In that case, many thanks for Brother Qi's hospitality." When Qi Yinfeng saw this, he felt shocked. Why would a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple seek advice from a mixed-blood dragon? What was even stranger was that this mixed-blood dragon was only a star venerate. Never mind, I will not think about it. In any case, he is just a one-star venerate. There is no need to worry. When they arrived at his courtyard, they saw a chariot in the shape of a fiery bird hovering above the courtyard. It emitted a faint light, and its pressure was frightening, intimidating one's soul. Heaven suspending war chariot, Wei Hongfei exclaimed with some shock. Brother Qi, you are really generous. The original model of the Heaven suspending war chariot was manufactured by the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance had specially designed it for the experts of the Central Great Realm. Its performance was excellent, far surpassing the other chariots on the continent, but they were also rare. Owning one was a symbol of status. However, this Heaven suspending war chariot also had 9 grades. Qi Yunfeng's was the lowest grade. However, for people of their cultivation, it was still extremely precious and powerful. Qi Yunfeng said modestly, "It's fine. It is just a 1 star. However, its speed is exceptional. With this war chariot, no holy venerate can catch up to me. Even a regular sovereign personage would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up. As for defense, it can withstand 3 attacks from a sovereign personage." Although Qi Yunfeng showed a humble expression, his tone was very proud. Lu Ruyun whispered to Xiao Qin, "How cocky. I have one as well, and it is a 2-star one." Xiao Qin asked, "Then why did you not take it out at the start?" "Hee. When we are outside, we should not flaunt our wealth," Lu Ruyun said with a smile, looking very pretty and lovable. Qi Yunfeng, have you F***King found the person yet? This old man has already waited for a month. Just at this moment, curses came from the courtyard. Qi Yunfeng laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's go in first." After entering, the group discovered that there were already 3 small groups inside. One of them was a skinny old man. He was alone and was known as Eccentric Tai. Eccentric Tai's cultivation was the highest, a peak consummation, late stage, holy venerate. With his horrifying cultivation, he could face Xiao Qin and the others without any pressure. The one who cursed Qi Yunfeng earlier was this old man who had a strange temper. The other group had a total of 9 people. The leader was a stout, middle-aged man named Bailey Xiao, a late-stage holy venerate. Everyone in this group was at least a holy venerate. The last group was a middle-aged couple. The man was from the Confucian sect, dressed like a scholar. The woman was pretty and held a whip in her hand. Although they were husband and wife, they did not look compatible. After a simple introduction, Eccentric Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "To think that they are people from the divine Dragon Empire. Qi Yunfeng has good eyes. All of them are cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. Not bad, not bad." The middle-aged couple and Bailey Xiao were very satisfied with Xiao Chen's group. As for Xiao Qin, who was in the middle, they completely ignored him. Qi Yunfeng said seriously, "I will cut to the chase. Since the few of you spread the news, you clearly want to go to desolate God Valley and search for fortuitous encounters. Truth be told, I have a great fortuitous encounter here and would like to invite the few of you to join me." Wei Hongfei glanced at the other 3 groups and asked calmly, "What fortuitous encounter? You already have so many people. Even if you face a sovereign personage, you should be able to hold your own. Why are you looking for us?" Eccentric Tai, the middle-aged couple, and Bailey Xiao did not say anything. They only smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, I have a reason for looking for you. It is because my fortuitous encounter is," Qi Yunfeng enunciated every word with emphasis, "an overlord level ferocious beast, a demonic blood 1,000-winged snake." The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of Xiao Qin and the others immediately changed. The demonic blood 1,000-winged snake was a bona fide sovereign personage, ferocious beast. Furthermore, it had the bloodline of a great, desolate Ian ferocious beast. Regular sovereign personages could not take it down. While they had the advantage in numbers, they did not stand much of a chance against a sovereign personage. As for targeting the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake, they would die no matter how many people went. They were on a completely different level. Wei Hongfei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Qi, you must be joking. This demonic blood thousand-wing snake should have experienced some kind of change. Let me think, is it severely injured, or did it just undergo a lightning tribulation?" Xiao Chen's sudden words startled Qi Yinfeng. This mixed-blood dragon had said what he wanted to say. That's right. This demonic blood thousand-wing snake just underwent a lightning tribulation and is currently at its weakest. Otherwise, once it survives this period, it will not have another chance. Although it is still very dangerous now, there is still a chance. Qi Yinfeng looked around and smiled. Furthermore, doesn't it have you guys now? If you all activate your great, desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time, haha, even sovereign personages would have to run when they saw you. Chapter 1935. Xiao Qin and the others exchanged glances. So that was the plan. How could the great, desolate Ian bloodline be activated so casually? If these were his own people, he would not mind activating his great, desolate Ian bloodline. However, there were outsiders present. After activating the bloodline, it could only be used as a life-saving measure. Wei Hongfei said straightforwardly, "If Brother Qi has such an intention, I'm afraid we will not be able to continue this discussion." Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "I was just speaking casually just in case. After all, they are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Even if they do not use their great, desolate Ian bloodlines, they are strong enough. Let's discuss this first." Qi Yinfeng extended his hand and said, "Please." Suddenly, Xiao Chun called them out of the courtyard. Then he laid out a simple isolation formation. In the courtyard, eccentric Tai looked at Qi Yinfeng and said, "Little fellow Qi, you actually managed to find the bloodline cultivators of the 8 great empires. We are much more confident in this operation." Qi Yinfeng said, "It looks like Senior Tai also knows that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake has the bloodline of a great, desolate Ian ferocious beast. The might of its bloodline greatly suppresses us. With a divine dragon bloodline cultivator going up, the chances of success will increase greatly." Old Freak Tai snorted coldly and said, "Humph, if I didn't know, why would I waste a month here? I would have gone alone long ago." Bailey Xiao said somewhat doubtfully, "It has already been 1 month. Could the demonic blood thousand-winged snake have passed its weakened phase already?" "Don't worry. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's weakened state lasts for 3 months. During these 3 months, it will be hard for it to bring out even half of its strength." The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Murongsheng, was quite knowledgeable. "That's right. There is no need to worry for 3 months," Qi Yinfeng said. Outside the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others discussed whether to go or not. The allure of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was great, but the risk was equally great. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. The entire body of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake is a treasure. This is especially so for its blood. It is a great tonic for us dragon race cultivators. The other body parts were worth more than 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. No matter how you look, you can't miss it. Wei Hongfei simply stated his opinion. Clearly he agreed to go. Situ Changfeng said softly, "However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake is an overlord class, sovereign personage, ferocious beast. I estimate that it is as strong as a sovereign personage. It is hard to say whether we can kill it or not." Murong Yen said sullenly, "We definitely have to gamble for fortuitous encounters. There is no guarantee." As the few discussed enthusiastically, Xiao Qin suddenly asked, "What is the background of this Qi Yunfeng and the ruling sword gate behind him?" Wei Hongfei explained, "They are not considered a major faction. In the northern region, they are just an ordinary rank 6 sect. However, they are a rather strong faction near ancient desolate town." Northern region? Xiao Chen was not very familiar with the distribution of factions in the Central Great Realm. so he did not understand. Wei Hongfei said in understanding, I forgot that you left the Divine Dragon Empire at a young age. Let me give you a simple rundown of the factions in the Central Great Realm. In the Central World, the 3 strongest dynasties occupied the central courtyard and enjoyed supreme fortune. The 8 empires are in the north, south, east, and west. The Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire are in the north. The northern region is collectively known as the Northern Region. In the northern region, aside from the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire, 2 great empires led by great, desolate Aeon bloodline cultivators. There are many empires of varying strength and many sections. Xiao Qin asked curiously, Aren't there 4 dynasties? Wei Hongfei explained, The Shuowu dynasty is not in the central courtyard, so it is rather complicated. You can understand it on your own in the future. Xiao Qin thought to himself, Indeed, I need to understand it more. In the past, I spent all my time cultivating. To think that I did not even understand the basics. Wei Hongfei continued, I did some research on this ancient, desolate town in advance. The strongest faction is the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. The Heavenly Lodging Palace is a rank 7 sect in the northern region. In the entire Central Great Realm, it can be considered a super faction. The ruling Sword Gate is not that strong. Not that strong? In that case, there is no problem. We can gamble on this fortuitous encounter. After learning about Qi Yunfeng's background, Xiao Qin voiced his opinion. After a while, the group returned and reported the results of their discussion. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, Good. I knew that the few of you would agree. This is how we split the spoils of this mission. The 4 of you will each take 20%, then 10%. The remaining 10% will be reserved for later use. Any objections? This was the general method of distribution. Although Qi Yunfeng was not very strong, he was the one who provided the information. It was not overboard for him to take 10%. The reserve 10% would be reserved for the dead and injured as compensation. No. Good. In that case, let's depart immediately and not delay. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group soared into the air and flew into the heavens, suspending War Chariot. The War Chariot was very spacious. There were already some ruling Sword Gate disciples operating it. Furthermore, with Xiao Qin and the others entering, it did not feel crowded, appearing very spacious. A complete beast skin covered the floor. It was incredibly soft and exceptionally comfortable to step on. The interior of the War Chariot was extremely luxurious, very pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! Qi Yunfeng gave the order, and a flaming red tail shot out from the heavens, suspending War Chariot's rear. Then it turned into a beam of light and quickly went far away. Now, you should be able to tell us the location of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, right? Senior Tai asked indifferently. Qi Yunfeng smiled and spread out a map covered in fog on the white jade table in the middle. Zhang Xian tapped lightly on one of the spots, and the mist parted, revealing a complete 3-dimensional image. It truly lives up to being a famous broker in ancient, desolate town. Not just anyone can have this map, Bailey Shou sighed. With this map, one could increase their harvest by 20% and reduce the danger by half when adventuring in desolate God Valley. This place is already extremely close to the core of desolate God Valley. The core of the map was a valley. That was desolate God Valley. However, the desolate God Valley that everyone went to was not the true desolate God Valley. It referred to the vast region around the valley. No one would be tired of living and enter the true desolate God Valley. Qi Yunfeng said, Everyone, don't worry. Although it looks very close, it will not come into contact with the core region. You are afraid of death, but I am even more afraid of death. Senior Tai smiled sinisterly and said, If it were not so close to the core region, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake would have been discovered long ago. This ferocious beast is so valuable that even sovereign personages would risk their lives for it. Qi Yunfeng smiled faintly and did not deny it. I'll give a simple explanation of the arrangements. Naturally, the outstanding talents of the Divine Dragon Empire will block at the front, helping us block the great, desolate Ian demonic might. Bailey Shio's team will harass them from both sides. Old Tai and the Morong couple will be in charge of attacking. Qi Yunfeng must have planned this long ago. Elder Tai's cultivation and strength were the highest. The Morong couple's combined strength was not much different from his. It was suitable for the three of them to be the main attackers. If there are no objections, then before we go, let's work together to hunt some ferocious beasts and train our teamwork to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qi Yunfeng was very good at handling matters. When he made arrangements, everything was very orderly. After a round of hunting, the team of more than 20 people gradually developed some tacit understanding of each other's strength. Half a month later, the heavens suspending war chariots hatch opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds accompanied by blood sand blew over. Vision turned blurry, and the entire world turned into a hazy world of blood fog. Indeed, we are already close to the core region. Even the blood sand has appeared, Wei Hongfei said softly. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The baleful blood qi in this place had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Xiao Chen's vision was no more than 10 kilometers. When he extended his spiritual sense, he found it blurry, unable to see anything. It is so blurry. How are we to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Bailey Shio frowned. He could not see the situation beyond 10 kilometers. The various auras were chaotic, and he could not use his soul energy to check. Qi Yunfeng walked to the front and formed hand seals. In the next moment, many ancient lamps flew out from under the heavens suspending war chariot. The light was burning, and it looked like an eye. Demonic eye lamps. Xiao Chen felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Qi Yunfeng even had such a wondrous item. The demonic eye lamps were ancient, wondrous items. The method to refine them had already been lost. These should be replicas, not to mention their value. They would not be easy to obtain. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "This friend is really knowledgeable. With the help of these demonic eye lamps, it will not be difficult to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake." As the demonic eye lamps entered the strong wind and blood sand, the group started to wait nervously. Bang! 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 1 hour later, a terrifying roar came from the distance, followed by a few intense explosions. The demonic eye lamps were all destroyed. However, the instant they were destroyed, they gave off intense light, extremely eye-catching amid the bloody battle. At the same time, a vast and boundless ancient demonic might surged towards the heavens, suspending war chariot. Found it! Qi Yunfeng said joyfully. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and the others. Let's go! Xiao Chen's group of 5 merged their dragon might and charged over, clashing with the vast demonic might. Whoosh! 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 Bailey Shio's team quickly followed. Eccentric Tai and the Morong couple soared into the air, flying increasingly higher. The hunt began. Chapter 1936. Bang! The heavy, great, desolate Ian demonic might seem to transcend time and space, crashing towards the group with a loud sound. Xiao Chen's group of 5, whose dragon might already merged, grunted. They felt their qi and blood surge, feeling extremely unbearable. What a strong demonic might! Duan Fei said. He was the weakest of the group, so he felt the strongest. I'll take the lead, then. Xiao Qin and Wei Hongfei exchanged opinions. After obtaining the other party's agreement, the two swapped places. Be careful, Wei Hongfei said. The two auras clashed. The shock waves from the clash made the strong wind even stronger. Even the heavens suspending war chariot could not stand stably, looking like it would get knocked away at any moment. This is really damn scary. Qi Yunfeng wobbled in the war chariot for a long time before he managed to stabilize himself. Then he quickly controlled the heavens, suspending war chariot to retreat and watch from a distance. Qi Yunfeng originally wanted to observe from a close distance. However, after some contact, he gave up on this thought. After putting in so much effort, don't fail. Qi Yunfeng frowned heavily as he looked at Xiao Chen's group. Success or failure would depend on this group of people. How long these people could last would determine whether Senior Tai and the Morong couple could kill the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Ice River Iron Horse. Senior Tai raised his aura to its peak in the sky. His holy venerate will encased his body, and a Tao disc appeared behind him. Then he formed a strange posture as he descended from the sky, looking like he was stepping on an ice river. Senior Tai's entire body was like metal, exuding an icy chill. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a skinny and cold iron horse, stepping on an ice river as he charged forward. In an instant, everyone felt that even an army of thousands and thousands of men and horses would fall apart under his charge. The sun sets in the west, sobering up. Wind and rain fall on the western pavilion. The Confucian scholar, Morongsheng, said softly as he drew his sword. Immediately, a righteous aura surged out, scattering the blood sand for 5,000 kilometers around. Just at this instant, everyone clearly saw the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's true appearance. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was gargantuan, coiled up like a mountain. Its head was tall and straight, and purple patterns covered its skin. It had a snake crown on its head that emitted a piercingly cold light. It flicked its tongue, and its eyes were filled with anger. The instant the scarlet sand scattered, eccentric Tai turned into a heavenly horse and soared through the air. He moved as fast as lightning, not giving anyone time to think before crashing into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Boom! No one saw what exactly happened, but eccentric Tai was bounced back like a cannonball. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake unfurled its body and slithered about frantically. It roared ferociously as its great, desolate Ian demonic might surged out. The entire world began to shake. Under the tremors of his demonic might, the world spun and space seemed to have been turned upside down. Everyone wobbled, unable to stand straight, much less attack or harass this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A wave of fear spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Form the divine dragon four beasts formation. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The might of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was far stronger than Qi Yunfeng said. So. With the help of the armlet, the divine dragon four divisions formation instantly formed. Then Xiao Qin, Morongyan, Wei Hongfei, and Situ Changfeng each flew in a different direction. Thunder, strong wind, fire, and light, four kinds of mysterious phenomena mixed with dragon, might spread out as dragon roars rang out. The trembling heaven and earth were immediately suppressed. What a fellow! He truly lives up to being a divine dragon cultivator. Eccentric Tai wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and laughed loudly. Then he stopped hesitating and started preparing for the second wave of attacks. As for the Morong couple, they took advantage of this opportunity to execute their killing move, which had been delayed for a moment. A flash of sword light chopped down with great might, accompanied by wind and rain filling the sky. Cassier! Scarlet light flashed everywhere. Blood spurted out of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's wounds, falling like rain. Pa! 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 Suddenly, electric light flashed in the air. Then Murongsheng's wife brandished her whip twice, creating crackling sparks in the air. The pretty woman's whip swung down, and it turned into a lightning snake that extended continuously, coiling around the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. However, Just as the pretty woman was about to make a move, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake pulled ferociously. The pretty woman vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying. Fortunately, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake managed to grab hold of the whip. That electric snake bit the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and thousands of sparks pierced into its body. After stopping the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for a moment, the pretty woman quickly took advantage of this opportunity to let go. Then she nimbly leaped into the air, moving 10 kilometers in a flash. If she had been any later, she would have been pulled into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mouth, swallowed whole. The Morong couple had just finished attacking, but eccentric Tai had not finished preparing his killing move yet. Hence, an opening appeared. Bailey Xiao led his team and instantly charged over. The 9 strong holy venerates each sent out a move. The sky and clouds changed color. Sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent covered the sky and sun as they charged over. The various disturbances made the demonic blood thousand-winged snake even more berserk. It roared ferociously as a horrifying demonic might spread out. After executing the divine dragon 4 divisions formation, Xiao Chen's group of 4 felt the pressure on them increase explosively. Their veritable essence energy drained continuously, so they clenched their teeth and held on. Spring wind and rain art. The green dragon palaces, Duan Fei, closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The wind blew and the rain fell. The gentle spring breeze was like a young girl's arm, gently brushing past everyone's body. Drizzle fell continuously, infusing into the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. They immediately felt refreshed, and the pressure on them decreased significantly. Their veritable essence energy also recovered significantly. On the heavens, suspending war chariot in the distance, Qi and Feng said anxiously, "Hold on. Just 2 more waves." After 2 more waves, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake will not be able to hold on. Mountains and rivers in dreams, 10,000 horses galloping. Eccentric Tai finally executed his killing move. Thousands of horses immediately appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping suppressed the dragon roars in the surroundings. Then, eccentric Tai sent out a palm strike with the might of a vast army. Bang! When this palm strike landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, many horses crashed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's gargantuan body. The horses continuously exploded. Bang! 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 The force of this palm strike knocked the mountain-like demonic blood thousand-winged snake into the air. The terrifying palm might was startling. A thin and frail body swings the heavy sword. Heartless and hateful, it is sad to part. Righteous Qi gathered again, and the sword in Murongsheng's hand became incredibly heavy. Compared to the heavy sword, Murongsheng's body looked skinny and bony, like a hungry ghost. Only his pair of bright eyes displayed the state of the poem. The heavy sword landed with a sigh, knocking the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which had yet to land, into the ground. Pa! The demonic blood thousand-winged snake swung around and soared into the air, knocking Murongsheng, who could not withdraw his sword in time, into the air. Elder brother Sheng, the pretty woman, could not be bothered with attacking. She swung her whip and pulled Murongsheng back. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake missed, narrowly avoiding death. Bang! 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 Bailey Xiao led his team of holy venerates and took advantage of the situation to appear, continuously launching all sorts of killing moves. The mysterious phenomena in the air layered over each other, looking incredibly chaotic. That was close. Murongsheng landed beside the pretty woman and wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, his back broke out in a cold sweat. However, that earlier sword strike contained a lot of soul energy. Not only did it injure the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's physical body, but it also severely injured its soul. Just one more wave. Qi Yunfeng anxiously sweated profusely. He turned his head and saw that his junior brothers in the war chariot were so frightened that their legs went soft, unable to stand up. Qi Yunfeng cursed. Quickly stand up for this old man and drive the war chariot over. Quick, quick, quick. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake became utterly enraged. A horrifying, great, desolate Aeon demonic might surged out like surging waves, each wave taller than the one before. Several of Bailey Shio's team, who took advantage of the situation to harass the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, could not dodge in time. The snake tail swept them away, causing them to vomit blood. Something's not right. Eccentric Tai was just about to make a move when he felt that something was wrong, so he stopped. The purple patterns on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's back silently unfurled, turning into pairs of purple wings. Damn it! Wasn't it in a weakened state? How can it spread its wings? Boom! Such a strange change completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When the thousand wings spread out, the divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation that Xiao Qin and the others formed instantly shattered. No one could suppress the raging, demonic blood thousand-winged snake anymore. It vented its rage to its heart's content, attacking indiscriminately, sweeping through the surroundings. Bang! 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 The ground split open, and strong winds and bloody auras gathered once more. The terrain within 5,000 kilometers was completely destroyed. Several mountains broke into thousands of pieces, rising and falling with the great, desolate Aeon demonic might. However, they could not fall. After that, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's rage crushed them into dust, turning them into blood sand. The world turned incredibly chaotic, scarlet everywhere. Aside from the raging, demonic blood thousand-winged snake, no one else could be seen. Lu Ruyun lay prone on a rock in a somewhat flustered manner. Her heart pounded heavily, but there was no one beside her. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Ruyun's lips, and her complexion paled. The instant the divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation broke, the solid demonic might struck her. If she had not been carrying a valuable treasure, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Ruyun did not know when the demonic blood thousand-winged snake would discover her. As she faced the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, her thoughts ran wild. Fear made her tremble all over. Whoosh! Lu Ruyun silently felt a figure land beside her. She turned around to look, and she nearly cried out in pleasant surprise. It was Xiao Qin. This startled Xiao Qin. He quickly covered her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes to indicate that she understood. Only then did Xiao Qin let go. Where are the others? Are they all dead? A voice projection rang out in Lu Ruyun's mind. She had learned her lesson and no longer dared to make a sound. She asked somewhat anxiously. The instant the divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation broke, she had seen some people dismembered on the spot. Then the demonic blood thousand-winged snake swallowed them up, not even leaving a scrap behind. They are all hiding. They are a group of smart people. How could they die so easily? Xiao Qin replied. At the same time, he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not daring to relax for even a moment. Lu Ruyun felt slightly more at ease. She discovered that Xiao Qin's dragon might contained an indescribable aura. After it covered her body, the pressure from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's demonic might decreased significantly. Scarlet sand filled the air. Aside from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, there was only the sound of wind and sand for 5,000 kilometers around. There was no aura of the living at all. No one could imagine that just a moment ago there were many people making a move against the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Chapter 1937. Bang! A loud sound rang out amid the blood, sand filling the air. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake had destroyed Qi Yunfeng's precious war chariot. Xiao Qin did not know if Qi Yunfeng was still in there. If he was, he probably would not have escaped death. Even if he managed to survive, he would probably feel heartache. A one-star heaven suspending war chariot was already worth more than 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Furthermore, it was hard to buy. Now that it was destroyed, it truly hurt. Murong-yen lay on a boulder, which rose and fell amid the blood, sand filling the air. Did they all run away? Murong-yen sneaked a look around, but his vision was blurry. When he did his best to look, he could not see anyone. This seems like an opportunity. A brilliant light flashed in Murong-yen's eyes as he revealed a smile. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake looked like it was showing off its ferocious might, but in reality it was aggravating his injuries. If everyone had already fled, then he might be able to obtain all the value of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong-yen chewed on the rank 3 heavenly pill that Lu Ruiyun gave him, and his injuries healed quickly. Those people cannot block this great, desolate Ian demonic might. I have a divine dragon bloodline and actually hold a significant advantage. The martial techniques of the red dragon race can be said to be the most ferocious of the 6-colored divine dragons. I can take a gamble. The battle flame in Murong-yen's eyes blazed increasingly fiercely as he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Whoosh! 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 Murong-yen carefully leaped around the boulders, seeking a suitable opportunity for himself. I have to wait patiently. Despite his blazing battle hunger, Murong-yen still cautiously advised himself. Finally, the opportunity arrived. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake landed at an extremely suitable spot for Murong-yen to attack. Its already irrepressible battle hunger erupted like a volcano. Blood-devouring dragon fist, boundless madness. Murong-yen roared ferociously, and a surging aura burst out of his body. A heat wave soared into the clouds, looking like a resplendent meteor. A berserk aura surged out, sweeping away everything in its path. Everything within 10 kilometers turned to dust. Just the berserk aura alone could already reach such a level of might. This showed how ferocious this fist technique was. Murong-yen laughed loudly, and a dragon roared. A fiery light spread out as his fist light landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Oh no! In the distance, Xiao Qin, who was using the dragon, might containing the heaven dragon's mysteries to protect Lu Ruiyun, slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch the scene before him. Murong-yen fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake alone, displaying the fiery ferocity of the red dragon race. There was a smile on his face, and his mind surged with excitement. He fought to his heart's content. Soon, Murong-yen was somewhat shocked to discover that although the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura was weakening, it was not weak at all. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down, let alone an overlord-level humanoid king, ferocious beast. In merely 10-odd moves, Murong-yen found himself in a perilous situation, on the verge of revealing his great, desolate Ian bloodline at any moment. Wait for me, don't move. Xiao Qin warned, you might become our trump card and reverse the situation at any time. When Lu Ruiyun heard that, she nodded and said, don't worry, I understand. Xiao. Before Lu Ruiyun could finish speaking, she saw Xiao Qin turn into a flash of electric light and charge over. In an instant, he arrived above the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Xiao Qin did not hesitate to land his killing move. Firmament's rage. The rage of a great, desolate Ian ancestor, dragon, transcended time and space, coming from the past to the present. Its rage filled the sky. When one looked up, it looked like the rage of the firmament, unquenchable. A colossal, flaming palm tore through the sky. Xiao Chen showed a stern expression, and two Dao discs of the lightning Dao and the saber Dao appeared behind him. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao infused into the colossal palm. Immediately, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers became like sabers, flickering with electricity. When he smashed the palm down, he smashed the demonic blood thousand-wing snake down from the sky. Electric light exploded, and the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's entire body trembled. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers were like sabers, leaving 5 huge holes in the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen! When Morong Yen saw Xiao Chen appear, he rejoiced at first. Then he said, "Quickly, let's go. This demonic blood thousand-wing snake is harder to deal with than we imagined. We cannot kill it. It's too late." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "What do you mean?" Morong Yen still did not understand. Closely after that, many figures appeared. Situ Changfeng, Wei Hongfei, and Duan Fei appeared one after another. "Damn! Why are you all here? Weren't you all scared off?" Morong Yen exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen said helplessly, "You are overthinking things. It is not just them. Eccentric Tai, the Morong couple, Bailey Xiao, and the others should be here as well. They were just waiting to see if there were any fools who could not resist making a move. Then they would reap the benefits." Unexpectedly, they succeeded in their gamble. Morong Yen could not help raging. "Damn, these fellows are using me as a tool." "Xiao Chen, what should we do now?" Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had already become the core of the team. All the decisions had to be made by him. "I can't be bothered. In for a penny, in for a pound. After we kill this reptile, we will take 80% of the profits." Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He said coldly, "If they want to watch a show, then let them watch to their heart's content." The breathing of the others turned somewhat ragged. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive, going all out against them. Good. Everyone was influenced by Xiao Chen. They did not hesitate to speak seriously. The group attacked together, not holding anything back as they fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-wing snake. In the darkness, eccentric Tai hid behind a rock and smiled coldly. A bunch of fools. Did they really think that they scared us away? The Morong couple also revealed smiles, happy to see this happen. After Bailey Xiao smiled coldly, he heaved a sigh of relief. His team had suffered the most casualties. Of the 9, only 5 remained. Originally, Bailey Xiao worried that his team's strength would drop and that he would not have the right to speak. Upon seeing this scene, Bailey Xiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Whoosh! As Bailey Xiao thought, a figure landed between them. This startled him. Qi Yinfeng. Qi Yinfeng was significantly injured. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Bailey, do you mind if I rest here for a while?" The heaven-suspending war chariot had been destroyed, and Qi Yinfeng had managed to escape. However, he had lost his greatest support, so he came to Bailey Xiao's place to form a temporary alliance. Bailey Xiao understood. He smiled and said, "You are very welcome." Bailey Xiao happened to lack manpower. How could he reject? A centipede might die, but it would not fall over. However, this demonic blood thousand-wing snake was too severely injured. Xiao Chen's group of 5 did not give each other any warning. They attacked with their full power, working together and stabilizing the situation. They trapped the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, not giving it a chance to counterattack or flee. The group used the dragon race's martial techniques. Strong winds, lightning, fire, and sunlight formed the divine dragon 4 divisions formation. Xiao Chen and the others decided to end the battle quickly. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chen saw that the demonic blood thousand-wing snake was about to launch a desperate counterattack, he snorted coldly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the supreme dragon fist and punched. A blazing dragon might materialized a banner filled with killing intent burning in flames. The instant the banner appeared, the killing intent in the air soared. The heaven dragon's might on Xiao Chen's body soared, bursting out with the arrogance of a sovereign looking down on the world. You want to counterattack? No way. Get down. Boom. This supreme dragon banner with surging killing chi descended from the sky. It carried an incomparably tyrannical air, carrying the might of the heavens. It turned into a beam of light and instantly stabbed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's neck. Rumble. The ground shook continuously. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon banner pinned the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which wanted to launch a powerful killing move, to the ground. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared endlessly, struggling endlessly. The supreme dragon banner shook, on the verge of breaking. Red Dragon's profoundness, inextinguishable rage. Murong Yen roared, and his entire body radiated the pure Red Dragon's dragon might. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the flagpole. Golden dragon profundity, inextinguishable light. Wei Hongfei snorted coldly. His body spun around continuously, releasing a golden light made of golden dragon chi that shone in the surroundings. Murong Yen supported the sky with one hand and placed it above his head. Then Wei Hongfei landed firmly on his hand. Boom! The might of the supreme dragon banner increased. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared in pain, and its aura plummeted. Green Dragon's profoundness, spring wind and rain. Blue Dragon profoundness, wind conquers the world. As Situ Changfeng and Duan Fei joined in, using their own strength to support the supreme dragon banner, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura continuously weakened. Heaven dragon profundity, heart higher than the heavens. Xiao Chen descended from the sky, and his dragon might merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries. Then he landed firmly on Situ Changfeng's palm. Bang! The final strike caused the might of the supreme dragon banner to soar explosively, and the snake's head separated from its body. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mountain-sized head directly blasted away. The supreme dragon fist, which contained fist force, turned into thousands of strands of dragon chi spreading out. The few people who were like pillars supporting the sky quickly scattered, revealing smiles on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. The outstanding talents of the Empire are truly incredible. This is a great eye-opener. This old man is in awe. Eccentric Tai clapped his hands and appeared with a superficial smile. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's corpse on the ground. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong people. Hee hee. However, you can all withdraw now. It is time for us to decide how to split this demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Murong Sheng and his wife, Bailey Xiao, and the others appeared one after another. They all felt that they had the upper hand, so they directly told Xiao Qin and the others to scatter. Eccentric Tai frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still not scramming? Do you think you can split the war spoils? I don't have much patience." Xiao Qin and the others exchanged glances. After a while, they suddenly guffawed. This baffled Bailey Xiao and the others, making them feel somewhat depressed. Xiao Qin shouted, "How do we deal with those who offend our empire's dragon might? Kill without mercy. Fight to the death." Murong Yen and the others answered loudly. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the five activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time. In that instant, an ancient dragon might from the great desolate Ian surged out. The five all had divine dragon bloodlines. The moment they activated their bloodlines, the ancient bloodline power in their bodies surged out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dam. In the dusky sky, there was only the roar of the dragon, deep and furious. Run! Bailey Xiao and the others were so frightened that they nearly cried. They simply did not expect Xiao Chen's 5 to be so decisive. The 5 did not give them a chance to negotiate, not compromising at all. At the same time, they activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines. The first to bear the brunt was eccentric Tai, who stood at the very front. The 5 struck eccentric Tai at the same time. In less than a second, the berserk divine dragon veritable essence energy blasted his body apart, leaving no corpse behind. Chapter 1938. Eccentric Tai's death was truly unjust. It was not that he did not expect this. No matter how weak the 5 were, they still had their divine dragon bloodlines that had not been activated. However, once the divine dragon bloodline was activated, the group's originally weak bodies would become even weaker after the process ended. At that time, not to mention a star venerate, even a major primal core venerate would be able to end them. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen and the others would definitely compromise. Who would have thought that Xiao Qin and the others would not even bother saying a word? They had already thought of how these people would deal with the situation. At the same time, they activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines. Caught off guard, they could not even retaliate. They were blasted into dregs. The 5's auras flourished as they chased relentlessly. Before Bailey Xiao's team got far, they were all destroyed. Qi Yunfeng was right. When the 5 activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines, even a sovereign personage would have to run. Furthermore, they were far from a sovereign personage. How could they run? Bang! 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 Murongsheng and his wife were prepared. They endured their severe injuries and ran far away. However, Xiao Chen did not want to let them go. A red light flashed on his ring, and the demon blood vulture screeched as it gave chase. In mere moments, only Qi Yunfeng remained of the group of people that came with a ferocious aura, fleeing wildly. Qi Yunfeng paled in fright. Cold sweat poured down his face as the fear of death shrouded his heart. A horrifying, great, desolate Ian dragon might spread out in the world, preventing him from bringing out even 50% of his strength. Flying Cloud Talisman. The deaths of the others bought Qi Yunfeng some time to bring out his trump card. A talisman appeared. After activating it, Qi Yunfeng stood on a flying cloud, and his speed more than tripled. It looked like Xiao Chen and the others would not be able to catch up. A wind blew and willow leaves fluttered. A saber light chased after the sun and clouds, piercing Qi Yunfeng's chest. Qi Yunfeng fell like a broken kite. Who knew he held his breath and endured the intense pain, continuing to flee. Lu Ruyun stretched out her hand and grabbed her saber. She frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not expected Qi Yunfeng to have the strength to continue fleeing. Qi Yunfeng's armor should have blocked much of the saber's might. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Don't give chase. Seeing that Zhang Xian still wanted to pursue the matter, Xiao Qin spoke up. Qi Yunfeng was not a simple person. Xiao Chen did not know what other trump cards he had. If he ran, so be it. Xiao Chen, who knew his background, did not take him too seriously. As soon as they finished speaking, their auras weakened rapidly, falling to the bottom of the valley. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. They all felt incomparably delighted. Back then, they had been worried. If this group of people waited for them to finish killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake and kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, how would they deal with them? Xiao Qin didn't think too much about it. He had already planned this move, activating his bloodline and striking like lightning. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to show mercy. Ha ha ha! It's been a long time since I've had such a good time. These bastards are all hiding and not coming out. They actually dare to use me as a tool. Murong Yen vented his frustrations and felt incredibly delighted. Suddenly he turned his head and said, Xiao Qin, thank you. Xiao Qin and Situ Changfeng exchanged glances, thinking that they heard wrong. This Morong Yen was famous for being heartless. Xiao Qin and Situ Changfeng had saved him many times, but he had never said a word of thanks. This was the first time the two heard it, and they found it strange. The others also looked at Morong Yen strangely. Morong Yen asked anxiously, "What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong?" Wei Hongfei scolded, "Brat, you are used to being heartless. You finally said something nice. Xiao Qin, how should we deal with this demonic blood thousand-winged snake?" Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Just its head was the size of a small mountain. As for its body, it was even more colossal. It was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. If they dealt with it all, they would probably waste a lot of time. Just take the important ones. As for how to split them, we can talk about it when we return. We can just take away the essence of the great, desolate, Ian demonic blood. However, we have to take away all 1,000 pairs of purple patterned wings. They are all peak materials for refining, worth at least 1,000,000 primeval heavenly pills. We also have to take away the snake crown. However, be careful of the poison. Pull out the venomous fangs. Xiao Chun sized up the demonic blood thousand-winged snake as he gave instructions seriously. Even though it was much simpler, this was still a huge project. However, the group worked very hard, feeling very excited. Originally, they could only get 20% of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Now, they got more than 80%. The rest were just scraps that they did not need. As for the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's most valuable beast core, Xiao Chen personally went to retrieve it. The beast core was covered in purple cloud patterns and gave off a strong aura, flickering with a faint light. This was the beast core of an overlord class, sovereign personage, ferocious beast. Its value already surpassed Xiao Chen's estimation. He needed to find a good appraiser to give it a reasonable valuation. Otherwise, if he sold it off carelessly, he would suffer a huge loss. Xiao Qin, we already removed all the purple patterned wings. We have more or less collected the great, desolate, Ian demonic blood essence. We obtained the venomous fangs. There are a total of 9 of them. Even without refining them, they are bone weapons equal to Dao tools. We already took out the snake crown. It was really difficult to deal with. The venom nearly spilled on me. The people who obtained the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's parts came to report to Xiao Qin one after another. They did not say anything, directly handing them to him for safekeeping. This was a form of trust. The decisiveness and level-headedness that Xiao Qin showed in the past few dangerous situations convinced the others. "Xiao Qin, come and take a look. What is this?" Wei Hongfei called out to Xiao Qin as he stood on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Wei Hongfei. Then he looked in the direction Wei Hongfei pointed. That is, Xiao Chen saw many terrifying black lightning bolts in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. "This is tribulation lightning." Xiao Chen exclaimed with some shock. What tribulation is this demonic blood thousand-winged snake undergoing? To think that this tribulation lightning even makes me feel some fear. Wei Hongfei thought to himself, we got lucky. It turned out that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake that we were fighting was refining the tribulation lightning at the same time. Its lightning tribulation probably sent down an extremely special tribulation lightning, wanting to subdue and refine it for its own use. We got lucky this time. If it did not refine this tribulation lightning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Hongfei explained his analysis. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. This tribulation lightning piqued his interest. Among us, you are the only one who cultivates the Thunder Great Tao. You should subdue it, Wei Hongfei said when he saw through Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Qin did not reject. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Shao Qin directly entered the head and used his saber intent to carve out a path for himself. Then he followed the source of the tribulation lightning. Pa, pa, pa. The lightning in the head occasionally struck Shao Chen's body, causing him some pain. This made him even more interested. Found it. Traveling through the head was not easy. Shao Chen spent a lot of effort before arriving at the source of the tribulation lightning. A sword? Shao Chen revealed a strange expression. To think that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already refined the source of the tribulation lightning into a crude sword embryo. Ancient words formed naturally in the world were carved on the embryo. They flickered with golden light and contained the supreme principles, swimming around like tadpoles. It is actually a strand of grand unity, profound lightning. There were records in the incomplete memories of the faux god flame that Shao Chen inherited. The tribulation lightning that contained the supreme principles of the world was called grand unity, profound lightning. It was extremely rare. It was the Tao naturally materialized by the heavenly Tao, produced when it mixed with the lightning. It could only be found and not sought. It was very difficult to obtain. No wonder this demonic blood thousand-wing snake wanted to refine it into a weapon. Once it succeeded, it would be a grand unity, profound weapon. Its might would be unimaginably great. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking too much, he erased the remnant thoughts and spiritual mark on the sword embryo. Then he placed his spiritual mark on it and stored it in his palm. However, this was just a primitive sword embryo. He did not know how much time it would take to form. Of course, if he did not want to refine it into a grand unity profound weapon, he could directly absorb it. Shao Chen's divine lightning eye was sufficient to digest this grand unity profound lightning. Shao Chen could accept both choices. It all depended on which one he chose. After leaving the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head, they discovered that most of the valuable parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already been harvested. When Murong Yan and the others gathered, they handed the other parts they collected to Shao Chen for safekeeping. The huge body that remained was actually very valuable as well. However, it was too large. The group's storage rings could not contain it. Jie, Jie. The demon blood vulture that chased after the Morong couple returned amid strange cries, perfectly completing its mission. Let's search the surroundings. There are usually 10,000-year-old spirit herbs around overlord-class ferocious beasts. Perhaps there might be an unexpected harvest. Shao Qin said softly as he looked around. I nearly forgot about this. We do have to search properly, Wei Hongfei said with a smile. If they found it, it would be a huge, pleasant surprise. Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Shao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Shao Chen saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Shao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Shao Chen did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yinfeng. Qi Yinfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast, so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a 2-star one. A 1-star heaven suspending war chariot could not compare to a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Shao Chen would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yinfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yinfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate God Valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yun Feng? The heavens suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked. Why are you in such a sorry state? Where is your one-star heaven suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my two-star heaven suspending war chariot. Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Shao Qin discovered that it was Hua Qingyin, the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's young sect master in ancient, desolate town. Shao Chen's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. In ancient, desolate town, Shao Qin was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Shao Qin once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake already destroyed my war chariot." What? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak! Where is the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly. After all, they are disciples of the divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse. Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient, desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they are disciples of the Dragon's Gate, after all. If I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, "If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they are just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient, desolate town? No way." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. "Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing?" Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, "Young Master Hua, what do you mean?" "Scram, I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me?" Bang! Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heaven suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Qi Yunfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. "Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples." A gray-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun mocked. "Others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew." The gray-clad old man asked, "Young master, what are your plans?" A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes as he said, "The ninth elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood thousand-wing snake spirit core." The gray-clad old man said, However, Elder Sue and the others said that they made a big discovery in desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great, desolate Ian bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time. Hua Qingyun's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. Accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chen and the others, who were searching for natural treasures, did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it. Lu Ruyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening 7-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood, ghost face flower. Wei Hongfei exclaimed, "We really struck it rich this time." Xiao Chen went over to take a look. Then he said, "It is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it." Lu Rian frowned and said, "This ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy." Situ Changfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiao Qin for safekeeping. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Lu Ruyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, "It's a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot!" A 2-star heaven suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang! The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shock wave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now, they had not recovered much of their strength. Calm down. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shock wave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyun cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, "There are so many good things. The few of you go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You are giving them too much face." Hua Qingyun smiled and said, "Stop sucking up. Quickly go out." "There's no need." Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyun demanded, "Who is it?" Bang! Hua Qingyun's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Qin. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven suspending war chariots hatch directly shattered. Then it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. "You are seeking death." Hua Qingyun raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10-odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that gray-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai. A vital Qi cultivator. The gray-clad old man frowned and asked, Friend, where are you from? Xiao Chun retorted indifferently. Can't you make out the dragon race aura on me? The gray-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Qin, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. So it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is. We're just passing by. Xiao Chun retorted coldly. Stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Qin did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. Old Yang, why are you afraid of him? Attack together and take down this mixed-blood dragon. Hua Qingyin snorted coldly. Then he led the cultivators in the war chariot to charge at Xiao Qin, ignoring the gray-clad old man's obstruction. You overestimate yourself, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, and his great perfection, Dao, might layered over each other. Then he infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into his dragon might. His aura immediately soared as he charged at Hua Qingyun's group of 10. Chapter 1940. Bang! The sounds of intense fighting came from the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot, making Murong Yen and the others outside nervous. Damn it! I'll go and take a look. Murong Yen cursed and wanted to charge over. However, Lu Ruyun blocked him. Lu Ruyun said, The few of you have not recovered yet. You are not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there? Xiao Qin said that he can go alone. Trust him. Murong Yen grumbled somewhat irritably. Then he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, This silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiao Qin? Situ Changfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Lu Ruyun said, It should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Situ Changfeng and the others are doing. Just follow. Murong Yen turned his head and discovered that Situ Changfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yen slapped his forehead and said in frustration, I should have reacted earlier. Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yen turn obedient, Lu Ruyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yen and the others, Xiao Qin activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Lu Ruyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heaven suspending war chariot. Xiao Chun wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Lu Ruyun did not know where Xiao Chun got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, which he did not use at all. His vital qi was not depleted at all. Xiao Chen had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries that Xiao Qin comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heaven suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyin led 10 people, ignoring the gray-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xiao Qin. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Shao Chen. Shao Chen merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with the combination of Shao Chen's 2 greater success Dao auras and the Heaven Dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Shao Chen from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Shao Chen watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Shao Chen instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang! Bang! The 11 people, including Hua Qinyan, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the gray-clad old man, only Shao Chen remained standing. Damn it! If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qinyan felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Shao Chen, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Shao Chen alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Shao Chen said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi and Feng that you snatched the demonic blood thousand-wing snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now, it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The gray-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words, Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient, desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Shao Chen retorted indifferently, Do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I am a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do. When Lu Ruyun, who was in the heavens suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Shao Chen actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage, holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You. The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. He said furiously, You are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles. Hua Qinyan shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. Just obediently lie down. Shao Chen sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qinyan back down. Then he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the gray-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right? You have been observing me, trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right? As he sat on the chair, Xiao Chen revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the gray-clad old man had been observing Xiao Chen. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiao Chen's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the gray-clad old man watched Xiao Chen calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the gray-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the gray-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The gray-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged toward Xiao Chen. What a strong palm strike! If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased 7-fold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. This is... The gray-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Xiao Chen formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive this Supreme Dragon Fist. Roar! A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the gray-clad old man into the wall of the heaven, suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chen had modified his Supreme Dragon Fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased 7-fold. Not only did the gray-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the gray-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qingyun. Let's go. Not daring to linger, the gray-clad old man picked up Hua Yunfeng. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heaven, suspending war chariot to send them out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place? When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chen, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll speak. Xiao Chen, we're here to help you. Just at this moment, Morongyan and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chen saw Morongyan and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chen could not deal with it. Unless he used the God Shadow Bow, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qingyan had been careless and had given Xiao Qin the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Su led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. Elder Su? What Elder Su? Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has 2 leaders. One is Elder Su Feng, and the other is Elder Lun Quan. This time, the leader is Elder Su Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lun Quan is left to oversee things. How strong is this Elder Su? Elder Su advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now he is already a small perfection sovereign personage. What did you find? I don't know. I really don't know. Hua Xiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lun Quan almost came. Right now, they're trying their best to seal off the news. It looks like he really does not know. Xiao Chun knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then Lu Ruyin led the fleeing gray-robed old man and Hua Qingyan back in. Clearly, the gray-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Qin would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chun got Lu Ruyin, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all. The gray-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Qin said coldly, "If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourselves for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples." The gray-robed old man said angrily, "Are you trying to incite a conflict between the 2 superpowers?" When Xiao Qin heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This gray-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, why would the 2 superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiao Chun gently knocked down the tyrant saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyan, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Qin, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it, if I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yinfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing. Boom! The heavens suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Lu Ruyin's control, it soared into the sky. Aside from him, toss everyone else out. Morong Yen smiled and said, "Roger that. I'll handle this matter." Haha. Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyan saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot just like that. Murong Yen felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Qin and said meaningfully, "Xiao Qin, how much strength did you hide from us?" Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Qin's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Qin was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great, desolate Ian bloodlines, Xiao Qin could still put up a fight. Xiao Qin barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary, Holy Venerates. One of them was even a late-stage Holy Venerate expert. Shao Chen replied honestly, "It is nothing. That Su Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the gray-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the Heavenly Lodging Palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Shao Chen, what do you plan to do?" Situ Changfeng asked. Right now, there were two paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Shao Chen, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Shao Chen make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Shao Chen would make the final decision. Shao Chen thought for a while before saying the other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes, one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder. Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Shao Chen smiled and said, "Naturally, that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter." Situ Changfeng's eyes lit up. "Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then we will sell off the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time, we will be more confident." Shao Chen gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Morong Yen scratched his head and asked, "What if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do?" Shao Chen replied calmly, "That is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss." "Good, it is settled then." Whoosh! After making up her mind, Lu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heavens suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Lu Ruyun had a heaven suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this 2-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this 2-star heaven suspending war chariot, the group rushed back in less than 1 day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the 2-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose 2-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? 2-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the 2-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Shao Chen made arrangements. Ruyun and I will go to the Merchant Association and sell the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery adding details to the story. Hee hee, no problem. Xiao Chen did not fear attracting attention. He got Lu Ruyun to drive the two-star heaven suspending war chariot to the Merchant Association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient, desolate town. Xiao Qin, which one are you going to pick? Lu Ruyun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Let's go to the second-ranked Merchant Association." Got it. Boom. The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient, desolate town. Soon, the war chariot arrived above Xiao Chen's destination, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Then it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When the manager saw the two-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiao Chen saw 10-odd girls in their prime standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Honored guests, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiao Qin secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the two-star heaven suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case, it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and led Lu Ruyun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, "Might I ask how big the business is?" However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the Nine Cauldron Pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Lu Ruyun replied, softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? An overlord class, ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression. Go and invite Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's ancient, desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiao Chen and said, Little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet. Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guangqin, Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin replied indifferently. So it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it? A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, Even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it? Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. I have managed the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time. After Xiao Qin said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. "This young master, are you waiting for this old man?" The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed, spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, "Mr. Bai, you are finally here." These two youths said that they killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, "Let me see the beast core." Xiao Qin did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom! The mirror box opened, and a great, desolate Aeon demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory, demonic blood, thousand-wing snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. "Mr. Bai, beast, you are seeking death." Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood, thousand-wing snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power! Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. "Good, good, good." Master Bai said good 3 times in a row. Then he guffawed. "It is indeed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things." Li Xiuhai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. "Ha ha ha! Young Master Xiao Qin, no. Young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts?" Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Qin instantly changed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no rush. Let's value this beast core first." Right. There is no rush. There is no rush. "Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth?" Li Xiuhai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying. "The value of an overlord class, sovereign personage, ferocious beast's beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Zhao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million primeval heavenly pills should be enough." Li Xiuhai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Chen and Lu Run, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen still maintained a calm expression. No change could be seen on his face. As for Lu Run, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million primeval heavenly pills? Lu Run giggled and said, "I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor dragon city last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate inner sect disciples are not allowed to enter. An overlord class, sovereign personage, ferocious beast's beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation." The moment Lu Run said that, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiuhai looked at Lu Run and asked, "Might I ask what Mrs. Identity is?" "Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities." Xiao Chen's face sank. revealing displeasure. This Li Xiuhai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry. This one is in the wrong. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiuhai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Chen's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master, by scent of voice projection. Li Xiuhai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The two of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's beast core is worth? 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood 1,000-winged snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The two discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the two of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake at our 9-cauldron pavilion, I can offer 5 million primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiuhai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Qin. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "You can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not?" Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Qin agreed, the other party, who held the initiative, would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Qin hated the most. He said coldly, "Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Li Xiuhai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Li Xiuhai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled then. For 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, no other conditions. One by one, I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision. Good. For 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, deal. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the purple patterned wings on the demonic blood 1,000-winged snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million primeval heavenly pills. Then there was the great desolate Ian demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood 1,000-winged snakeskin. Every time Xiao Qin took out an item, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood 1,000-winged snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiuhai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Qin. Then he smiled and said, "This is the 9-Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9-Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9-Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Qin put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiuhai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation, star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, You need a rank for heavenly pill at the very least. The 9-cauldron pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill. What medicinal pill? The 7 apertures, cloud-breaking pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill, worth 2 million primeval heavenly pills. If young Master Shao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. I'll buy it. Now that Shao Chen could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past. He did not even blink. This was a rare, fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to wholly venerate clearly did not fit Shao Chen's character. Previously, Shao Chen was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Shao Chen said sullenly, "I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem." Master Bai guessed. A blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster Blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. Li Xiuhai, do you have any connections in this area? Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "As the person in charge of the 9-cauldron pavilion's ancient, desolate town, naturally I know people from all walks of life. Give me 1 day, and I'll help young Master Shao find someone." Shao Chen nodded and handed the tyrant's saber to Li Xiuhai. "There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. If he is confident he can come." "How heavy?" After Li Xiuhai received the tyrant's saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon, Shao Chen obtained the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. Then he asked Lu Ruyun, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Lu Ruyun smiled and asked, "What do you think?" After asking a nonsensical question, Shao Chen put away the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill and boarded the heaven-suspending war chariot. Shao Chen thought to himself, "Things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Morong Yan's side is doing. Young Master Shao, take care. Come again when you have time." Li Xiuhai sent Shao Chen off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, he could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. This is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly crystals in 1 day. If I can do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year." Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant's saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, "It really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant's saber." "Master Bai, what did you say?" "Nothing." Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Haha. Where did you hear that? The Heavenly Lodging Palace clearly discovered a damaged heavenly realm divine weapon. Damn. Where did you hear that? Why did I hear that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a heavenly realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Shao Chen and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Morong Yan and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the Heavenly Lodging Palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news! The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have all left the branch. Now, only Senior Lin Quan remains. Damn! Could the rumors be true? What is the Heavenly Lodging Palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The Heavenly Lodging Palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The Heavenly Lodging Palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yen and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, what do you think of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's abnormality?" Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now, rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the Heavenly Lodging Palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know, so that they can keep it for themselves." Humph! This Heavenly Lodging Palace is really becoming more and more overboard. The Heavenly Lodging Palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby rank 6 sections. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace went overboard. Xiao Chen directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Masterly, that disciple of mine, Qian Feng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Chen had also heard of Qi Yinfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling Sword Gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But at this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yunfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened into feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Xiao Chun had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with desolate God Valley. Tell Sect Master what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace is doing." So. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yinfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the Heavenly Lodging Palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance, just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave. Qi Yinfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the 2-star heaven suspending war chariot to desolate God Valley. So that is the reason." It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling Sword Gate could not openly offend the Heavenly Lodging Palace by itself. Only by working with all the rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would settle the score. If the rank 6 sects worked together, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally, there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yunfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling sword gate. If the heavenly lodging palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it, then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yunfeng, present. Qi Yunfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions, Li Rong said seriously. Yes. Qi Yunfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sects would need him to lead the way. My luck has changed. Hua Qingyin, don't let me run into you again. When Qi Yunfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Qin and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wrong before. It was not just the ruling sword gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Chen, Morongyan, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Chen had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Chen. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 primeval heavenly pills. The rewards were still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, they were all heaven-class core disciples of the divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ha ha ha. We really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yan's face. Then he said with a grave expression, "I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor, Dragon City." Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "I suggest that Xiao Qin get 5 million primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest." Right. Xiao Qin, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve. Murong Yan immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Qin, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Qin did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Chen's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Qin felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Lu Ruyun looked at Xiao Qin, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then, She tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Lu Ruiyuan looked, the more she felt that Xiao Chen was the real Lu Ruiyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Chen, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhong Li for Xiao Chen's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, "Everyone, make good use of your time in the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind either." A brilliant light flashed in Morong Yan's eyes. He said, "Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through." Xiao Chen smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiuhai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiuhai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith.